Not live on YouTube.
There we go.
There
Now
we
we're
go.
live. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for February 28th, 2022. There is no public testimony permitted during the review session. Don't call in, please. Thank you. The following cases have requested adjournments. Item number 1, 2018-188 and 189A, 194-28, 194-32 Dunton Avenue, Queens. Item number 2, 584-82BZ, 200 East 64th Street, Manhattan. Item number 3, 2021-9BZ, 163 Walcott Street, Brooklyn. Item number 4, 36049BZ, 6905 Elliott Avenue, Queens. Item number 5, 88754BZ, 21801 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Item number 6, 80855BZ, 35-04 Bell Boulevard, Queens. Item number 7, 54869BZ, 107-10 Astoria Boulevard, Queens. Item number 8, 43574BZ, 552 Midland Avenue, Staten Island. Item number 9, 21506BZ, 20206 Hillside Avenue, Queens. Item number 10, 4209BZ, 441467 Prospect Avenue, Brooklyn. Item number 11, 82755BZ, 245-20 139th Avenue, Queens. Item number 13, 227-10BZ, 20412 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Item number 13, 2018-173BZ, 128 Beach 9th Street, Queens. Item number
Tony, wait on that one. Okay, that one is this one is the last adjournment. It's been adjourned twice, and the last time we heard it was exactly a year ago. So that one should get a letter dismissal warning. They must appear at the next hearing.
Dismissal warning letter. Okay. Item number 14, 2019-264BZ, 3568 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn. Item number deferrals. Item number 15. Again, my screen is going. Shoot. Deferrals. Item number 15, 2020-75BZ, 474 7th Avenue, Manhattan. Item number 16, 2020-1BZ, 31 West 27th Street, Manhattan. Postponements. Item number 17, 2020-69BZ, 44 New Lots Avenue, Brooklyn. And item number 18, 226-10BZ, 421 Hudson Street, Manhattan. Item number 19, 2016-4249BZ, 2420 Amsterdam Avenue, Manhattan. Now on to this.
That's
What?
That's 19 cases that we couldn't hear today, which is one reason why there'll be no hearing tomorrow, because we're hearing everything on this today.
Decision items. Item number 20, 7-95.
Darryl raised his hand.
Sorry.
But Tony, I was wondering, did you want to put 2020-65 because it's deferred too?
What is it?
Oh, right.
Decision is deferred, 2020-65, BZ.
Which
Well, you want to
case?
call it during the regular decisions?
Yeah, let's call it, because we only found
Okay.
out about it late. Thanks though,
Okay.
Darryl. Okay,
Thank you,
thanks.
Darryl. Okay, something's happening with my computer, so if I bounce out, somebody grab it.
You're fine on this
decision-
end.
Yeah, okay. Decision items, I don't know, it's the laptop. Decision items, item number 20, 7-95BZ, 15337 Cross Island Parkway, Queens.
Okay, sorry. Okay, the only submission they had was to clarify the need for 2 years to obtain a certificate of occupancy. Hold on a second. Yeah, and to be clear, this is only an application for an extension of time. But we can provide a condition, which is what we talked about at the last hearing, that if the text, because this is for a PCE, that if the text amendment holds, the term of the variance is eliminated. This is a PCE under a variance. And so we're saying if the PCE text is not challenged, then we would eliminate the term. So we could put that in the resolution that to that effect. I also want to note that there are no plans to be approved for this application, and note to both our project manager and our counsel who's working on the resolution that the proposed plans in the folder, which were for a different application effectively, should be voided. And I would like our project manager to work with Carlo to make sure that that's done properly, because they're still not voided in the folder. And I just want to make sure that's done in a way that won't confuse future applicants coming back to look at this variance, or the board, that those plans are irrelevant to what we are considering before us today. Okay. Also, a note to our counsel, because I received a note from our counsel, the seller in this, under the new regulations, under the new zoning text, the seller does not count to the area of a PCE. So, so the zoning floor area of the PCE is 6,365 square feet at the first floor, 6,365 square feet at the second floor, for a total zoning floor area for the PCE of 12,730 square feet. And then there are 6,365 square feet of what we call floor space, as opposed to floor area, floor space in the cellar. The request was for a 2-year extension of time to obtain the CO. So I'd like to make a motion based on all of that to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta. Can't hear you.
Aye.
Thank you. You need to raise the volume. Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you. Application has been granted. Item number 21, 2020 to 2021 14BZ 8-10 Underhill Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, a revised statement of facts with the proper rule waiver request was submitted. A construction timeline projecting out to July 2024 to obtain a CO was provided. I just need to comment, and I hope the applicant's representative is listening. The representative appears to be very confused about our process, and I would like to correct that. The board does not require that violations are cleared prior to vote unless they are of a hazardous nature, in which event we would not close the hearing. We would watch the hazard. We would insist on the hazard being cured while it's in hearing. Where violations result in ECB penalties, we require that the penalties be paid before we vote. We have stated this repeatedly at these hearings and at other hearings. At the first hearing on this case, at the review session, I stated that there were no open ECB violations or penalties, so there was no request to rectify violations. And now, confusingly, there's this lengthy, and I add costly letter, costly because it costs a lot of money for a lawyer to write a letter, explaining why the 1998 violations haven't yet been cleared. And we could have voted this out 4 months ago, because we simply had asked for a timeline and the waiver to be the right waiver, rule waiver. So I hope that applicant's representative hears what I just said and doesn't travel down an unnecessary and costly path for future applications. A 4-year extension of time to complete is requested, and our council should include the conditions of the prior grant in this resolution, even though they really are just about the filing times and when to obtain a CO and so on. Okay, so based on that, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta? Commissioner Sheta, could you do it again?
Your speaker is
It's
down.
not loud, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There you
now-
go. Perfect.
Yep.
Commissioner Shabeta? Didn't hear you.
Aye.
Thank you.
Can I ask that before you speak, you turn your speakers on, pause, and then speak? Because what's happening is you're speaking before the speaker goes on, so it's muted. Okay?
I actually do that. It sounds like there's something new. I usually follow this trick,
Oh,
like turn it on like a minute or 30 seconds before. But
Ah.
it sounds like it's something new, a
Yeah.
new variant.
Okay.
thank you.
Item number 22414BZ, 22514A, 1534 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island.
Okay. So I guess this is a question both for council and the commissioners. So applicants submitted what they titled a construction timeline, but it really isn't. It gives no indication of the actual time needed to complete the project. And there is in fact an error in the date when the demolition application was filed. It says November 22. And I beg the applicant rep to proofread before they submit to us. I beg all the time. You really have to proofread. The request is for a 4-year extension of time, which is the most we can grant in any event. But really the timeline is useless. So my question is, do we need to request a timeline that's proper to be submitted and then put this on for second call or something like that? Photos, so that's my question also to council, and maybe to Carlo also in terms of procedure. The request is for, photos of the perimeter of the site were provided. They look okay. I wanted them to be sure the site was being maintained prior to construction start. Proof of filing in July 2020 of the GCL 36 applications for the 2 houses at the rear of the site were provided. And I note that both of those applications are calendared to be heard March 28th of this year. So you can see that there is progress being made on those applications. Those are my comments. So I would like to hear actually from council and Carlo whether we need a timeline or that's accurate, or we can go ahead with the 4 years without it. Carlo. Council? That. Council? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I think it would be much cleaner for the applicant to submit an accurate timeline, especially one that isn't in a record that contradicts facts of the application.
Okay, I agree. I don't like these kind of messy closures. So to clarify for the applicant, and I don't know why they don't know this, because we received another one from, I think, the same applicant's rep that at least tells you construction, it tells you when permits will be pulled, when construction will start, when construction is expected to be completed by dates, not by the way they did it is 3 months from this will happen. 3 months from that'll happen, etc. It's so confusing, you can't figure it out. There's another one that's really well done. That's a classic construction timeline, which is done on a chart, but it doesn't seem like, for whatever reason, this applicant has that skill set. So I'm not even asking for anything as specific as that. Go ahead, Commissioner Sheta.
Yeah, I wanted to tell our project managers that just this hearing, I've seen like 3 timelines.
Yeah.
They are all submitted as part of the statement. Timeline should be a separate document. We do not accept a timeline that's insert in the statement or in a cover letter or something like that. Usually ask for a timeline as a separate chart, and depending on the project, go on the details. If the project is
Hold on,
large,
Karen.
Yeah.
Why are we making this more egregious for an applicant when the whole purpose of the timeline is to give us an indication as to how much time to grant? That's all it is. We're not holding them to this. This isn't a document set in stone. So it's like, I don't see why it has to
I'm not-
be separately submitted. It could be submitted as part of your statement of facts.
Right.
I'm not talking about this specifically. I'm talking about in general for timelines. It can be, timeline is a document.
No,
can be
I'm
All
not
right,
arguing.
Stop. We're not going to argue about this here, okay? We'll talk about this. We'll talk about this among staff. We don't have to have an argument about the format of the timeline here. I want to focus on this one case. And on this one case, the problem is the information is all garbled. And it's talking about doing something having done something in November of 22, when it's not November of 22, and it's not telling us when construction will start. It doesn't tell us when the permits will be obtained. It doesn't tell us when construction will end, and it doesn't tell us when the C of O it will be obtained. Those are really the only pieces of information we really need. And there was another timeline provided by, I think, the same applicant's rep, which was a simple chart. It's not done in a way that you would expect from a construction manager, but at least it gives you those 4 criteria or 5 criteria. And then I see that they took a look and it's doable to complete the project within the 4 years, or if they only ask for 2 years, within the 2 years, that kind of thing. I don't want to get into a big debate about what the format is here. We could do this with staff, okay? So what I would just ask that the applicant speak to their project manager if they don't understand what to do. You're projecting how long between now and whenever to get the permits to start construction, how long from that point to start construction, how long to complete construction, and how long after to obtain the CO. And if they could give that to us before the end of today, we can put this on for second call and vote on it, okay? Let's not debate the shape of the timeline today, okay? All
All
right,
right, so we're doing second. call
so
on this?
it's a second call, yeah.
Okay. Let's make a note. Okay, moving on. Item number 23, 25815 BZ, 2619 East 16th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, so this is the case that I was talking about. A very basic timeline was provided that at least shows the construction start and completion date, requiring a 4-year extension of time to complete. And I add, this was put both in the statement of facts and submitted as a separate document, which I think all of them were. So it doesn't really make that much difference, but it was submitted both ways. DOB approved drawings were also provided as requested. That helps me understand that there's been movement on the application. That there was an approval, and then they're maybe trying to get their financing together or find their proper contractor, or et cetera, et cetera. And I need to point out again, because I know that this case is used by other applicants to try to make arguments about the parking waiver, and so to make arguments in favor of their version of a parking waiver. So I want to say this is one of the very few and rare 7344 special permits where the board does not object to applicant pursuing a DOB waiver of the remaining required parking spaces. The reason for this is that with a lot size of 25 by 100, the building is physically unable to provide on-site parking. And also that parking studies revealed a demand of only 4 parking spaces that could be met by ample on-street parking availability based on studies. And that most importantly, the proposed use will be the radiation and management practice that's used in tandem with a related medical practice down the street. And therefore, parking demand for this site is limited to staff needs rather than patient trips. The fact of the tandem relationship was restated in an email from the owner that we just received, and is a condition of the grant. So the resolution should reiterate these facts as stated here and in the prior resolution. And the resolution conditions were that any change in ownership or in operation shall require prior approval from the board in order to examine whether the parking demand has changed from 4 parking spaces because the parking study considered by the board was based on the current operation of the existing medical facility wherein subject site. Whoa, 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 whoa. Somebody. Is that me? I muted everyone, even Tony. Okay, I'm asking Tony to unmute. Is it me?
Sounded like it was you.
I think it was my fault. My
Oh, you think it was you?
Yeah,
All
my
right, I'm
computer,
muting.
backup computer for it.
Okay, I'm muting you. All right, so I'm going to back up just a little bit because it's important that on the record, I have this thing on the condition. So the condition from the prior resolution, 2017, that any change in ownership or in operation shall require prior approval from the board in order to examine whether the parking demand has changed from 4 parking spaces because the parking study considered by the board was based on the current operation of the existing medical facility wherein the subject site operates as a radiation and management practice only in tandem with its principal practice at 2632 East 14th Street, Brooklyn. And the other conditions are kind of standard. So I just wanted to make sure about that. I also want to direct our, and I'm reading this again because I know that this case has been used by other applicants to say that the board has supported waivers, additional waivers at DOB, and it's only in a situation like this where it has supported it. I also want to point out to our council as council writes the resolution, there may be an error in the 2017 resolution as there are 4 asterisks associated with the parking study paragraph. And so our council should review this and make any necessary correction to the next resolution and also verify the date of the approved plans. Commissioner Shetta observed there was maybe a mistake in the approved plans in the resolution in that date. Okay, so with all of that, a motion to grant. Tony, you're muted, Tony. I did that, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
This is 258-15BZ. Madam Chair,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application is granted. Item number 24, 2019-66BZ, 15 Terrace View Avenue, Manhattan.
Okay, this one, we had just requested that the plans be revised to show carefully the height of the bulkhead and the setbacks. I just realized I didn't check for my, hold on a second, look, any conditions. Just one second. Sorry. We're all having computer issues today. Maybe, okay, sorry. Here we go. There we go. I'm just checking to see, I didn't carry over my conditions if there are any. Okay, I don't see any conditions. So as far as I can tell, sorry about that delay. As far as I can tell, the drawings picked up everything. I believe Commissioner Otley Brown also, you had seen something. Did you find the correction that you wanted? You're muted.
Yes, I did. And I did email the project manager that I was okay with the modifications to the plans. It showed the fencing
Okay,
for the
great.
parking garage area.
Great. Okay. Thank you. All right. So I'd like to make therefore a motion to grant.
Hold on. Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
I,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
No, you did it
Didn't hear
again.
you. Didn't hear you.
Aye.
Thank you. Application has been granted. Item number 25, 2020-43BZ, 982 39th Street, Brooklyn.
Yeah. Okay, we were waiting for drawings to show the DEP conditions on the drawings, which they provided. Shows the preparation, sealing, and vapor barrier at the cellar, and the window attenuation levels. Just to clarify, because there were two submissions of plans very close to each other for our council's benefit. The last plan submit date is January 13th, 22, but there is a cover letter dated January 18th, 22 that says attached please find, but then there's no attached please find. So I think it's a cover letter that came on all on its own. Please, applicants, never submit materials unless there's a cover letter explaining what's attached and what the reason for the attachment is. And for example, this is submitted in order to respond to board comments to put the notes on the drawings about the DEP requirements, for example. But anyway, so that was submitted. Thank you very much to the applicant, who's been very cooperative. So I would like to make a motion to grant, and the condition is the same conditions that are on the notes. So the conditions which appear in the DEP letter, but also the notes on the drawings are about the vapor barrier and the preparation of the cellar, and about window wall attenuation of 35 dBA. I would like all of the conditions from the DEP letter to be included in the resolution. And another way of doing it, both of which I'll share with our council. Another way of doing it is to just copy the notes from the drawings, because they say the same thing. Okay, so based on that, a motion to grant.
Oops, sorry, one sec. How many papers? Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
I,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application's been granted. Item number 26, 2020-6665BZ, 1215, 1217 East 22nd Street, Brooklyn.
Because so for reasons unknown, this applicant on February 23rd sent a letter requesting this be deferred. That's what Daryl was referring to. So we can defer it. I don't really know why, but.
Okay. Item number 27, 2017-243BZ, 2916 Francis Lewis Boulevard, Queens.
All right, this is an extension of time. And normally no new drawings are submitted in connection with these applications. After some discussion among staff, it was decided to not accept a single, like a standalone revised plan that shows the material of the trash enclosure, which is different than what it was shown on the drawings, and also shows the modification to the signage calculations with respect to illuminated versus non-illuminated, and instead to put that information in the resolution, so that, because we can't accept standalone drawings, it's very confusing for future readers. And the cost to reproduce the entire set of drawings was really too much and not necessary. I seemed to make those two little corrections. So to clarify for the resolution, so this is for our council to clarify, which is a slight modification from the approved plan, but where the board decided no new plan submission should be made. I'm going to just read the clarification. The existing trash enclosure is a 6-foot high chain link fence enclosure with privacy slats measuring 4.2 feet deep by 15 feet wide with double swing gates for access. And that is contrary to the approved plans that show a masonry trash enclosure. So that's the first. And the second is the signage was updated to detail the freestanding price sign as illuminated, whereas this sign was called out as non-illuminated on the approved plans prepared by the previous architect. All signage complies with C1 zoning, whereas there is 42 square feet of illuminated signage, 50 square feet is allowed, 0 square feet of non-illuminated signage is, and 150 square feet is allowed on 172nd Street. And there is 50 square feet of illuminated signage and 0 square feet of non-illuminated signage on Francis Lewis Boulevard. So that information was provided by the applicant in a letter that they submitted recently, okay? There's also, importantly, an operational plan provided by BP, the owner, such as we discussed at hearing, with the idea that BP's own representatives, rather than merely the individual operators of the site, would monitor site conditions and ensure compliance with the terms of the BSA grant. I would like that operational plan to be incorporated into the resolution, and it should be in general standard for all BP sites. So please, council, include that in the resolution. I'll send copies of all of these conditions to council to make it easier to write the resolution. And then the request was for a 2-year condition extension, and the conditions, in addition to what I just stated, are to maintain the chain link with slatting trash enclosure and replace as needed. And then, as I said, operational plan, and also to have no cars on the sidewalk, of course. That's the purpose of the operational plan, to ensure there's no cars on the sidewalk, no sales merchandise is displayed outside, and no tires are stored outside. So based on all of that, unless commissioners have additional comments, which of course please add, I'd like to make a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shibeta.
Nope.
Nope,
Aye.
thank you.
Thank you.
Application has been granted. Final decision case, item number 28, 7811BZ, 7870 Winchester Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, a classic construction timeline was provided on this one. That's what I'm used to looking at. That one shows that you really have looked very carefully at it, at how long it's going to take to build, but it does require expertise on the part of the preparer. So usually that's done by like a construction manager, or sometimes architect or engineer. The extension of for 4 years is requested, so that's what we're voting on. The March 10th, 2015 resolution and approved plans for a GCL 36 waiver under calendar number 33-12-A through 37-12-A were provided. There is reference in the conditions. Oops. Am I reading the wrong one? Sorry, I'm reading the wrong
No,
one.
you're reading the wrong one.
I am, it's true. Finally, you're telling me I'm reading the wrong one.
Sorry, I didn't, I'm like, I don't know what she was doing. I thought I was, no.
In fact, because all of that happened before a month ago, or almost a month ago, no submission was required, and this is an extension for 4 years. Somebody else could have told me I was reading the wrong one. Apologies to everyone, motion to grant.
This is 7811 BZ, 7870 Winchester Boulevard, Queens. Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you. Application has been granted.
Sorry.
Monday,
Whatever.
the next is to reopen, to correct the record, item number 29, 2018-70A through 2018-86A, 2018-89A, and 2018-90A. This is Santina Drive in Staten Island.
Yeah, Chase, go ahead.
I just want to make a correction. So the calendar number that was just read was actually a calendar number that included some of the application numbers that were withdrawn. So
Oh, did
we will actually
oh,
only
sorry.
be reopening on 2018-70A through 2018-86A, 2018-89A, and 2018-90A.
That's what I read, Chase.
Apologies. I thought that was all of the numbers.
No. So let's do this again. 2018, 86A.
Breaking up, Marjorie. Marjorie, you're breaking up.
Oh, it's me.
Okay.
Okay, I'll
It's-
try. Does
I
this
said
work?
2018-70A through 2018-86A. Is that incorrect, Chase?
No, that's correct. Apologies.
Okay. And 2018-89A and 2018-90A.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to reopen but to explain why.
Okay.
This is, we've been working on the resolution. This was granted in September. This is a very, very complicated resolution, in part because of the many, many easements that are necessary to make this property accessible both to the residents on the site and the emergency services, including fire department. So in the course of reviewing very, very slowly, carefully, all the materials, it was discovered that there were some inaccuracies on the drawings with respect to what we had thought the fire department wanted to be restrictions on the site. We subsequently found a drawing that the fire department had approved that didn't have the same kind of restrictions as a prior approval. So then we got confused. Then in the process of trying to clarify that, we realized that we didn't really understand what the contours of all the different easements were. And we asked the applicant to clarify the location of the actual easements, the many, many different easement meets and bounds there are that affect this property. And I have to say, the applicant, Mr. Sana, has been super cooperative and helpful, even though we've sent many, many requests for modifications to the drawings to clarify the easement meets and bounds. And it seems as if finally we have a drawing that shows properly all the different easement meets and bounds. And that was submitted just this weekend, actually, to
Sunday.
overtime work on this application.
I don't get overtime.
To the fire department, to Chief Daly, who will now review this with his colleagues to make sure that it's what they expected it to be, but also we're going to need from fire department a written list of all of the conditions where there shouldn't be parking, where there can be where there needs to be signs, where it needs to be striped, whatever, all the different things, because the first approval that we got from fire department, conditional approval, had a list plus a diagram. And the second version of that, which is a 2021 approval, was only a diagram with no list of the conditions, and which therefore can be interpreted in a lot of different ways, as we know. And given the issues that always happen where there's a homeowners association who's supposed to be responsible for these blocks, for these streets, we want to make sure that the instructions are as clear as they can possibly be, so that in the future, no one can say, I don't know, I don't understand what this says, therefore I didn't put a sign up, and I didn't stripe it, and I do park here, and fire department can't enforce parking or no parking on this street, et cetera. So we want to be as clear as possible. And if the language in the easements, in terms of what the restrictions are, is not clear enough, then we'll create, or let's say amend the easement to make sure that it's as clear as possible. Okay, so because it's pretty open-ended right now. So that's why we're reopening this. So I'd like to make a motion to reopen, to accept the documents, because this is a decided case. So let's just do that.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
what the heck is going on? Commissioner Shabeta,
We have to stop and figure this out, because you're not gonna, the public won't understand it. And the
what's going on?
Did you hear my eye?
Yes,
No, we really couldn't hear it. Everything was a mess.
want to
So,
do it again? Let's
yeah,
do it again.
let's try it again.
So this is for a motion to reopen. Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
It's Shabeta, I think. So I don't know if, so Shabeta voted aye. I'm just going to translate for that. But I would ask that he disconnect and come back, because there's something, I think every time you go on, all the sound messes up. So can you log out and log back in? Maybe even shut down and restart? Okay. All right, so we did reopen this, and I don't know if so this is, let's see, I don't know if so this is just a review session, and Mr. Sana's online, right? So we'll wait until we're finished with the review session, and then if he has further questions, I don't know if he will, because he really was very responsive. Again, I appreciate so much that rapid turnaround and not getting upset with us. Okay, we mean well in the end. Okay, so let's move on to the next one.
just 1 second. Okay. Item number, almost, SOC cases, continued hearing items. Item number 30, 2017 4A, 339 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island.
As requested, we received a copy of a proposal from a demolition contractor to remove the existing structure on the site that has become a neighborhood blight. The proposal indicates that 3 months will be needed to remove the structure following initial payment towards the contract. The proposal holds until March 20th, so that's not long. So I ask, is the owner intending to sign this proposal and make the payment, or is this just paper? Since a proposal, as I say, is only a proposal and not a contract, the The proposal includes the required DOB filing. So one of the statements in an earlier submission was that the work will be done when the filings are made. But this is a proposal to make the filings, so they should start. A photo showing the broken brick wall was shows the broken brick wall was repaired, sort of. It wasn't done in a way that's pretty, but it's not collapsing anymore. Photos also show some concealing fabric was added to the fence along the sidewalk to hide the eyesore somewhat. That certainly helps, but it doesn't prevent the building, the abandoned building, from being a harbor for vermin, and also it's just terrible looking. In response to our compliance officer's request, Department of DOB inspected and issued a violation on February 4th with a $500 penalty for the fence and wall. And that shows it's still, the penalty is still open on biz, so ECB penalties have to be paid. I still see no sign at all of any application for demolition, which apparently would be done if they sign that contract, and no plan approval being prosecuted at all for the project. With the last being, let's say, being prosecuted, the last submission on that application was in October 2020 to DOB. Of course, that's coinciding with COVID and so on. So that may have been the reason for the holdup, but I'd like to know what's going on. There's a January 4th, 22 email from the owner that says they, quote, are waiting for the building permit. You don't get a building permit if you don't prosecute the application. So I don't really know what they mean by that. They have submitted nothing since October of 2020. I think actually to move this along, this is my opinion, but I'd like to hear from other commissioners. We should see the demo contract signed and the deposit placed so that this work can begin. And this will perhaps encourage the owner to actually file the plans for permit. My main concern, though, I have to admit, is less a vacant site and more this blighted condition that's really a hazard to the community. And just a reminder, it's been like that for at least 5 years. The initial approval was 5 years ago, and I don't know how long the building was in that abandoned state before that. I could look it up, and I don't know the answer. There's also an E designation on this site. The phase 2 work plan was provided in the application. There is an email in the record dated January 4th, 2022, explaining that once DOB approves the building permit, that work will proceed with the phase 2. That part makes sense because that's related to excavation as opposed to demolition. Okay. So I'll just go around the room. Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the applicant for repairing the wall and also for the applicant providing a very detailed list of steps that needs to be taken to demolish a 1,500 square foot building. This is quite a list of stuff that needs to get done. And while the applicant is waiting to get the approvals from DOB for the new construction, and I would be of the opinion of not requiring a demolition contract be signed, partly because this is not a huge site. This is a small site, and for a developer to undertake this cost now and to wait for however long it takes for DOB to issue an approval, that's a long wait to have committed this much amount of money, and maybe for the additional cost that the applicant may have to put in until the new construction starts, like having to pay for the fence that may have to stay up until the new all those minor details. So I'm not at all comfortable with that, putting that as a condition, but I do appreciate the applicant's willingness to work with the board and understanding where the board stands in terms of wanting to make sure that the site is in good condition, and has removed the barbed wires and has cleaned up to the extent and repaired the wall. So I would proceed with what we have and approve it. Thank you.
So I just want to clarify, you always hire a separate demolition contractor. They're not the same people. So you start off by demolition. You have to get a demolition permit. That's step one, which requires like rat proofing and asbestos study and like all that stuff. That's how it's done. And then after demolition's complete, then the site is cleared, and you often see sites that just sit there cleared for a very, very long time. And then meanwhile, you're getting the excavation permit and all of that, which is related to the new building approval. So I'm not quite understanding the thinking there, because
I think my thinking is very simple in that I do understand that there are two sets of contractors that do the demolition versus new construction. I think the cost that would incur at this time for the developer to do this and wait it out. We don't know what all the financial issues the applicant would have to get approvals on, lending and other things. So I don't want to burden the applicant right now with this cost, and just put the applicant on notice that they have to maintain the site and take care of it.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Otley Brown.
As this is the first extension of time to complete, I'm not in favor of being particularly hard on the applicant because we've had multiple extensions before. I think they're indicating a forward motion, and I think that conditions requiring them to maintain the site in the interim should be sufficient.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Sheta.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have no comment.
No comment one way or the other?
No.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Shivetta.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Otley Brown and Vice Chair Chanda. We do also have a compliance officer if we want to send someone over to see if progress is happening. To burden, things change in 3 months when he gets the permits. Like there may be costs may be different. I think it's a financial decision. I'm not sure we should hook them into one person just yet.
Okay. All right.
Move on.
Yeah, just 1 second. Okay.
New cases on the SOC calendar, item number 31, 663-63BZ, 46 10th Street, Staten Island.
Yeah. We approve of service of initial application and proof of notice of hearing to officials. The community board waived its review. This case has been sitting around for a long time. It was filed in July 2019 and received a dismissal warning in March of 2021. The last action at Department of Buildings is plan examination in mid 2018. I'm pretty confused about the previous approval and also about the current ask. This was approved in 1964 when the board made no articulated findings. This was the period where, having made the findings, we find. So it did not prescribe the scope of the actual ask, and the drawings provided to us showed no zoning calculations. So I actually don't have much to go on here. Apparently, a floor area waiver was granted in 1964, although there was no authority under either special permit to do so. And anyway, I don't know how the statement of facts concludes the waiver allowed 1.15 FAR when no documents were provided to show us that. And unless I'm missing something, I kept looking through the documents over and over again, and I didn't find a single zoning analysis of the original approval. The statement of facts doesn't state what the actual current FAR is, but the drawings show it is actually 0.78 FAR, which makes sense when I do the math. There is no explanation anywhere or an analysis of the findings that shows by what authority the board may increase the FAR to greater than the as of right of 1, or increase the corner lot coverage to greater than 60%, or reduce the side yards. The list of asks in the statement of facts refers to section 24-11 and 24-35 waivers, when the special permit under 73-641 mentions none of these sections as eligible for modification pursuant to the special permit. So I don't understand how this application is even here unless I'm really missing some lines. The zoning analysis and drawings don't indicate where the increases in floor area, lot area, or side lot setback occur. The statement of facts doesn't explain why these are needed, nor is there any side yard rule analysis. This is a very incomplete application, which as a result is very difficult to review. But at this point, I think we have no authority to consider it. Other relief through other special permits may be available for this type of an application, but the current approach does not appear to be the way. This could even be arguably a variance application. So, but that's not how it was submitted. It's extremely confusing. And there's lots of seeker issues, I think, but it's too early to discuss. So, Vice Chair Shanda.
The application does require some work of clarifying specifically the history of the project and what the actions before us and why it's being requested. And I think that can be done both in the statement of facts and in the drawings. The narrative regarding the previous zoning lot area and the enlarged zoning lot, and these are some examples where that needs to be cleared, because the previous zoning lot was smaller than the applicant's current zoning lot area. So that changes the floor area calculation. What was granted as 1.1 now becomes 0.78 because of the larger zoning lot. So these are simple things that needs to be clarified in the narrative, so that so that the argument kind of flows as to what and leads to why the need for the waiver. The statement of fact also incorrectly states that a sky exposure plane waiver was granted. It was not granted. It though was requested, it was not granted. That was in response to the community board's concern that was raised in the previous one. So these are some of the corrections that should be looked into very carefully. And the statement of facts needs to indicate the prior zoning lot size, approved side yards, rear yards, front yards. The approved plan was difficult to follow. I agree on that it was difficult to follow to see as to what the waivers were. And with regards to the existing and the proposed plan, the applicant needs to indicate the areas where the prior waivers were granted and where the proposed waivers are being requested. Also need to show which part of the site is a corner lot and interior lot, because that will change some of the side yard, rear yard requirements. Also show the distance between the abutting buildings and the proposed expansion, provide the existing and the proposed yard depths. So those are just simple things that needs to be shown on the drawings, and that can help not only in the narrative, but in also reviewing the plans. With regards to the findings of section 73-452, the applicant needs to clarify if the increase in the floor area would change the prior findings, especially finding C, The statement of fact should in general provide some programmatic information, existing hours of operation, and if there would be any change to the operation, and also provide a narrative if there would be any change in the proposed capacity, because they're adding additional classes. So would there be any change in the proposed capacity that may result in additional vehicular or pedestrian trip? And will the main entrance to the facility still remain as Rose Street versus 10th? So those are just various things that the applicant needs to go through each of the findings of 73-452 and kind of say, yes, we meet, yes, we don't, and go with that. I really don't think the board should be giving this guidance. It should have been provided beforehand. Thanks.
I'm a little confused. Where are you finding what waivers were granted or not granted? I can't find anything that indicates what was granted. The resolution has a list of the DOB objections, but it doesn't say anything about what was granted. I see Carlo's hand up. Go ahead, Carlo.
Yes, Madam Chair. No, I just wanted to maybe just clarify a little bit of the discussion between Vice Chair and yourself. I think it's just important to note that for the applicant, just as an instruction, that hold on, I'm sorry. That 73-452 is the last update to that was in 1963, but the section 73-641 was amended in 2017. So I think it's important if the or a request of the applicant to just brief on what the special permit was through like the historical.
Yeah, can I interrupt you? Because I was not able to find our authority. I went back and looked at the history of those two special permits.
Mhm.
The 73-452 was amended in 1963, and the only thing they added was the sentence "other than nonprofit hospital staff dwellings," so irrelevant to this question. And then 73-641 wasn't changed at all. So there was an amendment in 2017, but it wasn't relevant to this. The 1960, well, it wasn't relevant to this. And in 1961, the text was the same, basically, as what we have today. So the list of things you could do were the same. So my problem is I look at what they're trying to waive, and I look at what's listed in 73-641, and I don't find. So it says you can waive, and this is a residence district, so the commercial regulations don't matter. You can waive section 2438, which is through lots. You can waive sections 2450 through 2455. Which is height and setback regulations, which is the one thing that it says in the resolution they didn't waive. Other than that, we don't know actually what they waived, how much. Then 2461 relates to court regulations and minimum distance between windows and walls or lot lines. That's not one of the requests unless you say side yards are part of that, but that's not the same as a side yard. And then the only other one has to do with quality housing buildings, which is not related here. So I can't find the authority to waive floor area, to waive lot coverage, or to waive side yards. So I don't actually understand how this was done. And I don't see even the size of the zoning lot. But there is a lot. It was formerly block and lot number 2930. Sorry, it was formerly lot 29. And let's see, and the resolution says, sorry. Says lot 27, so it's a completely different lot. So I'm so confused. I
What was the zoning district when this was contemplated? Because the R3X,
it's an R, it was an R31.
Okay.
So that's the other thing. So I agree, the application wasn't ready to come before us, but at the same time, I understand what ends up happening with the project managers. They get so frustrated, they just bring it forward because what are you going to do after all this time, right? So it was submitted in 2019, dismissal warnings. You know, at a certain point, you just have to move it forward, and then the board works it out in the laundry kind of thing. So, okay.
I
So-
just want to go back to, I'm not I'm still not clear as to the confusion, because section 73-64 is for modification for community facility uses, and it includes houses of worship, and 73-641 is a subpart of that, which says integration of new buildings or enlargement with existing buildings. And the prior resolution from 1964 did list the 5 sets of sections that they were requesting and waivers.
But we work with an authority, right? So if I read 73-641, and if I just read it today, because we're being asked to do it today, right? It says, first, any such new building, subject or enlargement, subject to the required findings set forth in this section, the BSA may permit modifications of the applicable regulations in section 2438, 3328, or 4328, special provisions for through lots, or in sections 2450 through 2455 and 2456 relating to height and setback, giving you therefore height and setback, or in sections 2461 through 2465 relating to court regulations and minimum distance between window walls or lot lines, provided that on December 15, 1961, the applicant owned the zoning lot or any portion thereof and continuously occupied. So it gives you a list of things we're allowed to waive. You're not allowed to waive anything not in the list. And floor area certainly would be, floor area certainly wouldn't be one of those. So because that's been a big subject of contention about how much floor area the board gets to add in a situation of a special permit. That's why we have those special permits that only allow a 10% increase and not more, right? So, but lot coverage isn't there either, and side yards isn't there. So it's not like we can just invent whichever thing. The text gives us the authority. So, and what the board did in 1964, I can't speak to. We live with that. But it's a text that was amended in 2017. So arguably, I mean, there wasn't any change, but arguably you're looking at a later text. So this is the part I don't get. But I also don't have any idea what the size of the zoning lot was, because lot 27 versus lot 29 are different tax lots. I'm so confused, and the drawings don't have zoning calculations. So, but let's move on, because I've not given anybody else a chance to speak. So Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with both of you that this application is not very thorough. You know, they need to give us the current, you know, the existing enrollment, the existing grades, the existing class number sizes, the existing buildings, and then talk about their enlargement and revisit those findings. What makes it difficult to put this enlargement on this lot in such a way that it would both not disturb the existing church, as well as the only way in which it could be cited is to violate one of those requirements for a new lot on the same zoning lot. in terms of court size, minimum distance between buildings and windows, and all of the things that we can waive. And then talk about how the amount of waivers that they're seeking is the minimum amount of waivers. So it isn't a variance, but you still do have to meet their C finding, which is that their modification is the minimum required number of waivers. And part of what the way in which they could do that is talking about the siting of the building and the necessity of the building being at the size it is and the location it is to serve who its current enrollment or any future increases in enrollment that it considers necessary to fulfill its programmatic needs. And so that's why I feel that this application is lacking at this point in time.
Agreed. So it's true that rather than floor area, they could be going for the other things and just resituate the enlargement in a way that goes for other things that we can waive. And they still have room to play, and maybe they could even merge with an adjoining zoning lot or something and get more floor area. Or they go for, I believe there's the 10% enlargement that would apply in this case. Not sure that they might be able to go for. And short of that, there's also variances that apply to houses of worship. So it just,
Right.
I just think it's the wrong route.
Right, and I just want to also reiterate that just because it's not a variance doesn't mean that when you're asking for an amendment that you still don't have to justify that you have met the findings. Whatever the findings are, when you're amending something, you still have to revisit those findings.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what's being said. The application was very confusing. It wasn't clear for me. That's why I want to be patient and listen to their feedback regarding the comments raised so far. And if the board doesn't have the authority under the special permit clause, I believe another venue for them is to pursue a variance. This is a house of worship, and if they need a variance, I believe if there is no other way to get what they're looking for or what they need actually, a variance venue might be possible for them. So let's wait and listen for their feedback. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and Commissioner Shabeta.
I share the comments of my colleagues. I think.
Sorry, you're gonna have to do that one more time.
I share the comments of my colleagues. I think that this needs to be fleshed out in greater detail. I'm eager to see what, and I'd like to see their argument as to whether or not they're entitled to this via this permit, or if there is a better avenue for it. But it definitely needs to be fleshed out in the facts to understand why they are seeking this relief.
Okay, thank you. All right,
Zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 32, 2021 32BZ 1471 East 26th Street, Brooklyn. They're still in review session, people.
yes. As requested, the front addition was removed from the proposal, so this is now only a two-story addition at the rear, reducing the rear yard to 20 feet at both floors. I'd like to point out for benefit of our council that the resolution should make clear that in consideration of the fact that this is a semi-detached home with no expansion capability at the side or front yards, a second-story addition to 20-foot rear yard is permissible. That's the times when we make that kind of concession, because the development, let's say the expansion area, is so limited. Also, for the applicant, they need to add notes to all the elevations that stucco is to be plaster on lath as opposed to ephes, which it cannot be. And then, of course, the usual conditions: no removal of existing exterior walls or joists in excess of that shown on the plans, or the special permit would be void. Those are my only comments. I'm ready to close this. Chair Shanda,
I'm satisfied with the modifications, so thank you.
thank you. Commissioner Ollie Brown,
I have no additional comments.
okay. Commissioner Sheta,
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me. I'm satisfied with the application as it is now.
okay, thank you. Commissioner Shabeta,
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with this application.
thank you.
Okay, new cases on the zoning calendar. Well, it's not zoning calendar. Item number 33, 74270 BZ, 830 Bay Street, Staten Island.
We have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. Community Board recommends approval. This is an amendment proposal to eliminate the gasoline dispensing at this location with repair only remaining, so that's use group 16. The tanks were apparently removed already, and we need the closure reports for that. That's a seeker comment, but also that's important that we know that the tanks were properly removed and there was proper spill closure. There is discussion in the resolution about the removal of a northern curb cut on Bay Street. About a northern.
Go ahead.
No, I'm echoing for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. All right. So there's a discussion in the resolution about the removal of a northern curb cut on Bay Street, but that doesn't actually coordinate with the approved plans. I'm confused about where that extra curb cut really was. I don't think it was on Bay Street. Applicant also makes reference to a curb cut removal, and the only one that it could be is the one on Vanderbilt, which is not shown on the approved plan to be removed, but would make sense to remove, to me anyway, because it's in the way of the cars that are parking awaiting service. So I actually don't know which one is in discussion. The dimensions of the existing building is different than on the approved plan. Maybe it's a mistake in the approved plan, but please clarify there's a very big difference. I don't understand, there's a dashed line designation labeled 6-foot high woven wire fence on 8-inch block wall, which is a very weird method for designating a fence or a wall. It's a dashed line. Normally that would be designating a retaining wall or even something above, but not a fence and a plan. So please correct that. The dashes imply the fence is 3 feet thick and extend past the property line. So the drawing is just wrong. So it needs to be corrected to properly represent the conditions. Somebody again. I'm muting you, Tony. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Sorry. There's a line designation also for a quote 6-foot solid fence and location of a dumpster that are also unclear. Please, the applicant's architect or engineer must use standard architectural graphic methods on the drawings, otherwise they're not intelligible. There is apparently also an air pipe pump and maybe even a vacuum on site. These should be shown on the plan. And also, is there a dumpster and container? Is the dumpster and container located behind a fence? I can't really tell whether there's a fence. I can't tell where the dumpster is. It needs to be in an enclosure. It's just so confusing with the drawings. It looks like there's razor wire on the fence that needs to be removed if that fence is under the control of this owner. I didn't find signage calculation or signage drawings in the plan set. They need to provide that. The photos that were provided are very unclear. They need to provide a clear set that looks all the way around the perimeter, at the perimeter and then back at the site, and they need to be keyed to the plans. I really would ask, please don't submit photos that are copies of photocopies of photocopies. We can't read them by the time we receive the PDF. There are arborvitae that are pretty tall that actually look good along the perimeter. It's hard to tell about the other planters though on the site and whether the condition of that landscaping. So please provide other photos. Photos also showed some asphalt in need of a skim coat. They also need to show location of the lighting on the drawings and establish that there is no lumen spread onto residential property. This is in a coastal zone. I don't know whether further coastal WRP review is needed for this. I just don't really know how the WRP works on existing sites because, you know, then they become an issue or they don't. I just don't know how that part works. And we need the applicant to provide a seeker protocol affidavit for the in-ground disturbance. Also, as I said before, we need the DEC closure report for the 5 tanks. There's a New York State petroleum bulk storage site here. And DEC's website indicates the petroleum bulk storage is closed, but something should be provided for the record. Okay, those are our seeker comments. Okay, Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. So with regards to this application, I think overall, I felt there were just, my questions are mostly again trying to just clearly understand what is on this site. So first of all, will the canopy stay? And as you mentioned, there is air and vacuum tower on the site along the Bay Street frontage. That should be, if that is being retained, that should be indicated on the plan. How is the existing container that is stored behind the 6-foot-high fence being accessed? Is it accessible from the building? And not clear again where the dumpster is located. I was quite happy to see the landscaping that is thriving. It is especially that it's located on a, it's not an in-ground, it seems to be on a planter. So another good example of how kind of planting can thrive on a raised bed. We need to keep that in mind. With regards to signage, more signage seems to be on the building, on both sides of the building frontages. And that needs to be factored into the analysis. The applicant also need to, if the banners are going to stay, those also need to be calculated into the analysis. At the end, basically the signage must comply with C1 zoning regulation, and the applicant should provide the signage chart analysis for both street frontages and indicate if they are illuminated or not non-illuminated. Again, overall, based on Google Street View, the site seemed to be well maintained. I also had similar question with regards to which curb cut the applicant was proposing to remove. I also thought maybe the applicant was referring to the curb cut that was on Vanderbilt. So if the applicant could clarify that. Otherwise, I was satisfied with the overall package.
Thank you. Commissioner Holly Brown.
A few small questions. There is an existing small area for sales in the building. Is it a convenience store? Will it be retained? Because the notice of comments answer says there is no convenience store on site. So that needs to be reconciled. The pictures that were submitted seem to show long-term storage of vehicles, possibly because vehicles have car covers on them and some vehicles don't have license plates. So my question is, can they give us a response in detail as to what exactly is going on the site? And then I also had the question about the storage container still on site and what is actually in it. And no signage analysis form was submitted. So those are my questions.
Thank you. It looks like they do detailing of classic cars or something like that. So that's, yeah, don't know. But I was interested because there were lots of really old, impressive looking cars on the site. Okay, thanks. Commissioner Shetton.
Thank you, Chair. I want to know whether they're gonna have any body work on site after the gas business is gone. Like you mentioned, Chair, I haven't seen lighting diagram. They need to provide that. They need to indicate where are the lighting units located. Regarding the landscape, I'm not sure if the landscape is within a real planter. Looking at the photos from Google, I can see that the trees are kind of like big. I don't think the root system, that height of the planter is probably slightly less than 2 feet. I don't think the root system for the kind of trees in the pictures is less than 2.5 feet. So I believe this is an in-ground planting, but it's kind of surrounded by a planter shaped wall or something like that. So I just want to be careful before, like, we bless that the plantings are amazing and are going well. That I share the same comment regarding the canopy, whether it's staying or it's going to be dimmed. The other thing is regarding the gas tank, the gas storage tanks. I see that they are pointing to the canopy area, and they are saying that existing gas storage tanks, meaning that the gas tanks are physically still there. And if they are, is there a plan to remove them? Are they going to stay? And if not, if they were removed, then we can look into whether they got a closure reports or something like that. Thank you.
I think the statement of facts said they were removed, but that's a good point. Why should they still be on the drawings if they were removed?
And
should
it says
say-
existing.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And that to your point, that wall that has the trees, it may be just functioning as sort of a retaining wall, and then the tree roots are going towards the back. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right, well, that part looks like kind of a planter, but then isn't there a little bit of a hill? Anyway, whatever, we'll figure it out more. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
I don't have anything further to add. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Item number 34, 29099BZ, 97 Greenwich Avenue, Manhattan. This is a extension of term of a variance for PCE. For PCE and a variance.
We have a proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. Community board had no comments. As Tony just stated, this is a PCE that would not be as of right because at almost 32,000 square feet, it is too large, and perhaps it's too large to fit within the confines of the zoning text amendment, and is perhaps also located more than 25 feet past the R6 property line. Without an overlay district. So this is in a C1, but there's an R6 adjacent, and it may be more than 25 feet in there. So you would also need a variance for that, or at least some kind of a special permit for that. I'd like to know whether the 2011 certificate of occupancy was limited to a term of 10 years. Maybe I'm reading that wrong, but actually, this is another question about whether the term should be eliminated, except that this is a bigger question than the one that I spoke about before. So now the question is, under this new zoning text, what's the use group, right? So before, we didn't have to worry about use groups with PCE, they didn't have one. So that was the end of the story. And if they remove that use, you'd have to go to a conforming use. Here, a 32,000 square foot PCE would be a use group 12, but then you don't want to have a variance for a use group 12, because according to that, then the applicant could come back in the future when there's no PCE and say, we want to put in a use group 12 replacement use. So I'm looking at it kind of as a use group 6 with a non-complying floor area. That way, in this district, which is a C1, very kind of residential quality C1, the only thing you could do would be a use group 6. Another way of doing this would be to say that the only thing that could be replaced here is use group 6 or complying. So it wouldn't render it a non-conforming use group, right? So that's part of the conversation. And one of the reasons why perhaps removing the term isn't a good idea, but I don't know, is that because this was a use variance, there was no bulk requirements that applied. So this is really, this is a 3.7 FAR building in a 2 FAR zone for commercial use. So effectively, it was also a bulk waiver. So that's another reason why maybe you wouldn't want to eliminate the term, but I don't have an opinion. It's just, these are questions that I'm sort of throwing out. And there's no secret issues here. Okay, so Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. I think the statement of fact should be a little bit clearer in stating why it's seeking an extension of term. And as you pointed out, with the new text in place, it may not qualify. And perhaps that is one factor. And the other one is the fact that a portion of the site is beyond the commercial district. And therefore, if the 25-foot rule did not apply, it would then also require a variance in the R6. So that should be clearly stated in the statement of fact, just for the record and also for our resolution purposes as to why it's being applied in this case. My comments was with regards to signage. I just want to make sure that no waiver of signage was granted and no signage will be posted beyond the 100-foot depth of the commercial overlay. And the applicant should indicate the C16 overlay on the plan so that we know where it is located in relation to the overall site and where the signage would be. I think I agree that use group 12 is not the appropriate use group. Use group 6 is more appropriate because that's the use that is along that street frontage of Greenwich Avenue. So should be granted, it should be an use group 6 or complying use that would be permitted in the C1 R6 district. I would be okay with removing the term, but I'm open to the discussion.
Right, Commissioner Arlie Brown.
So I only had 2 minor questions about the application as it was submitted, and then I'll answer my views on your big question. So my little comments are that they need to reconcile the amount of square footage in the statement versus the plans, because there is a difference. The statement says there's 40,769 gross square footage and 31,988 square feet of zoning floor area. The plans say there's 43,518 gross square feet with 1,492 square feet of deductions and 31,988 of zoning floor area. So if you take the 1,492 from the 43,518, you end up with more than the 4,769 that's in the statement. So they need to reconcile that between the statement and the plans. And also, when you look at the signage analysis forms, it just says the signage complies, but it doesn't give any details. So those are my 2 minor comments. But the question you have as to whether or not to eliminate the term of the variance, and if so, what would you do for, given the fact that the PCE may not always be in existence, number one, I would be in favor of eliminating the term of the variance. So while, you know, PCEs are becoming as of right if they're under a certain amount of square footage, and this is clearly over that amount of square footage, I think that the move towards recognizing the fact that PCEs are benign uses and not money laundering operations, you know, that they were originally thought that there could be a risk, and which is why the special permit came into effect, which was to monitor their uses closely to ensure that that isn't what happened. Since we're now at a point where it's actually benign, I would say that it is definitely a good idea to eliminate the term to make this less onerous for the PCE operators. However, the question is whether or not to limit any future uses to use group 6 versus 12. I don't know how I feel about that. While I do understand that you don't want necessarily to have some of these use group 12 uses in this area, if you don't have a PCE, that's an awful lot of space that you would then be demanding that the property owner cut up into small enough spaces or turn it into an office in order to comply with use group 6. And I'm not sure that that's fair. So the question to me is, if it is no longer Equinox PCE, is there a way in which we could condition the grant so that it's not necessarily required that they go down to slicing and dicing this building up and finding various different lessees to fill it up, yet control for some of the use group 12 uses that may not be compatible in this area? Like saying, I don't know, let's go to use group 12, just so I can give an example. I'm looking at the zoning resolution. So could we say, like, no, we wouldn't want you to turn this into like a public parking garage, which is a use group 12. So we could say you could have use group 12 uses as long as it's not, and then list some of the more incompatible uses, because a lot of these uses wouldn't really affect the neighborhood if they were installed here. Like a lot of the larger retail establishments that they allow for, I don't think would be a problem here. Historical exhibits, indoor golf recreation centers, these are things that would bring people into the neighborhood and keep the neighborhood vibrant, but I don't know that they would destroy the character of the neighborhood. So I would say before we make the change, could we look a little further into it?
Agreed. I think, and Carlo raised his hand, but then put it down again. I think one of the issues is that when you have a non-conforming use and you're going to change the use, the rule under 52, whatever the number is that you can change it to the same use group or a lesser use group. So what we'd be contending with is use group 6s all the way up to 12, which, for example, would include use group 9, which we know is a banquet facility, catering, right? So though that's a vibrant use, and I'm not sure the neighborhood would be that thrilled or could handle that much traffic. And so that's the kind of thing where that would have, you know, arguably not been the kind of thing that the neighborhood would have wanted to see. So that's the, you know, we'd have to go through the whole list of all the uses from 6 to 12 and say, not this, not that, not this.
So could we then require, if they discontinue the PCE use, in that case, they would have to come back to us for at least a letter of substantial compliance or possibly a new set of hearings for any new use that they would introduce here. But if they continue to have a PCE, they could be without term in perpetuity.
Right, that's probably the easiest, so we don't have like major brain freeze. I don't know. Okay, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for helping with that. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Commissioner Brown. If we gonna eliminate the term, at least have some sort of like condition that if they switch the use to another use, at least we have a chance to look into it before they do so. The other thing is that I haven't seen any interior photos submitted. I'm not sure if I missed them or they were not submitted. If they were not, please submit some. Thank you.
I think they were submitted, actually.
Interior ones?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were submitted.
Maybe I didn't see them. Thank you.
One reason is I always wanted to go inside and I never did, and I was like, yay, now I see what's inside.
I'll retake a look.
Okay. Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I too am okay with removing the term. I think that if we make it the applicant give us a list of uses that would be, let's say the more innocuous uses that would be something that I'm okay with switching. They could switch to say certain uses that are less demanding on the community. I'm happy. I would be okay with carving that out, that they can switch to one of those uses that is less innocuous. And for anything else, that he'd have to come back with a letter of substantial compliance, which gives us the option of either requiring him to come in and have a hearing on it or granting it.
Okay, I don't know. So again, that gets us into sort of deep weeds of study. And it wouldn't be a letter of substantial compliance anyway, because they, if there's traffic ramifications, pedestrian impact ramifications, we'd have to look at it again. So that's the kind of thing where if they came in and they said they wanted to do a banquet hall, you can't do that by letter. It needs to be, yeah.
At that point, we'd make that decision that you can't do this by letter and you'd have to have a hearing on.
Yeah. Carlo, go ahead.
I think just to, I don't know, just to clarify, I think what many of the commissioners stated, again, if this use were to cease and it sought that another non-conforming use, I mean, the site is still subject to the variance. It would require the board's authority. The only difference would be if they're seeking, this is a C1 district?
Yeah.
If seeking a conforming use, then obviously a surrender of the variance, if that's appropriate, would have to be sought through us. But I think administratively or procedurally, I think there should be some comfort that, again, this site currently, and if in the future another non-conforming use is sought here, it's not subject to Article 5, but rather still under the board jurisdiction.
Right. And by the way, it's not that they could surrender the variance, because unless it went to maybe community facility, I don't know what the FAR is for that, but it's overbuilt by 1.7 FAR for commercial use. So maybe it could be surrendered if it were a community facility, which is actually one of the more likely uses. It could become a school. It could become a community center that has a gym facility in it. I mean, actually a school probably would love this site because it's already got the gym that they always ask for. So, those are very likely easy adaptive reuses of a gym. So.
But again, I think regardless of what the future, may hold for the site and potential uses, it appears that something will need to be sought at the board for clarification, and depending on those fact patterns, we'd have to take a look, then a decision could be made.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Shanda.
Sorry. I just wanted to point out that it's a C16 zoning overlay, and it has pretty much all the uses. I was just going through the parking requirement for parking requirement B and D. No parking is required. So just want everybody to be aware of that.
Right, but so, but that, in terms of the catering facility, for example, we know how much traffic that brings, and then there's no place to park, right? And they don't have parking on site. So that's just an example of one of those kinds of uses. But on the other hand, if it were a school, there's no parking required for a school, and et cetera. So, okay, thank you. All right.
Move on.
Yeah.
Item number 35, 11101 BZ, 901 Ditmas Avenue, Brooklyn. Sorry.
It's okay. Sorry. Okay. We have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. Community board recommends approval. No certificate of occupancy was submitted with the application materials, but BIS shows a 2012 certificate of occupancy with proper indication that it's a BSA site. The applicant, please, should submit the CO into the record. Although the community board had no comments about the application, from what we have learned in the last few years about drive-throughs, we should find out from immediate neighbors whether there are issues that we can address. So immediate neighbors should be notified of the next hearing. This is particularly important because the 2006 resolution indicates that there were neighbor complaints. And this is a proposal to increase the hours of operation even further. And there has been continual hours of operation creep since the first grant in 2001, which started at 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. and 12 a.m. weekdays, and then changed to 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then to 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. 4 days a week, and then 3 a.m. 3 days a week, which apparently also eliminated the controlled closure of the parking lot after the 11 p.m. restaurant closure. The signs in the photos indicating the closure of the lot after 11 p.m. and statements in the noise study are belied by the statement in that resolution, which says that it's impossible to control it when you still have an operating drive-through at 2 and 3 a.m. So I'm thinking that the signage and that little piece of a chain hanging there in the photo is just a remnant. If that's not the case, the applicant needs to clarify that. Notably, the noise study was conducted at 10:30 p.m. So you don't get to find out what happens to the parking lot, and probably wouldn't close it while the noise engineers are there anyway. The proper waiver of our rules was requested, but there was no explanation for why, quote, substantial prejudice would result if the waiver were not granted. They have to provide that. They can't just say substantial prejudice would occur. You have to say why. The application was filed April 28th, 21, and the grant expired February 2nd, 21, so less than 1 year prior to filing. I'm saying that because of the waiver that's requested. I'd like them to please clarify the requested hours, change in hours of operation for the drive-through, because they only say they want to be open early in the morning now, something like 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. But does that mean they're still maintaining all the way to 3 a.m.? So basically, there's only 3 hours where this is closed. It's almost it's a 21-hour operation. I note that with respect to landscaping, the residents facing 91st Street actually requested removal of the trees. That's in one of the prior resolutions, to the rear of their properties to discourage vandals from climbing over the fence from the parking lot and using the trees for cover, which I found upsetting and shocking to actually hear that that's why they didn't want vegetation. This was not for some reason an issue with the residents facing Remsen, and I don't understand why or why not. Like, why is one backyard better than the other to crawl into behind the trees? And I don't know whether it's still an issue. As it stands now, there is therefore no visual barrier at all, hence probably no sound barrier between the houses on 91st Street and this use. And for that matter, you can see in the photos the rear windows of the houses that face Remsen. So there's no visual and no sound barrier for any of them. So the sound propagates as far as it propagates until it hits something to bounce off of, right? So sound, lights, not to mention lights. So the existing landscaping plan looks sparse compared to the approved plan. That needs to be improved. The noise report studied the impact of the menu board on interior residential spaces. But our standard is property line, since people experience their residential uses in their yards and with their windows open also. The noise study in plan indicates the sound only propagates to the side wall of the residential building in which there are no windows. But does that accurately represent the impacts adjacent to that wall, such as reflected or reverberated sound? I didn't understand, for example, the portion of the noise report that discounts the reflected sound. It says you shouldn't look at that. It's reflected sound. It's not representative of actual experience, but we hear reflected sound. Why wouldn't that also be heard by the neighbors on all sides, 90th Street face and Remsen face in their backyards? And also, why were the readings not taken past the wall in that case to pick up the reflected sound? It was really just confined to the wall. I don't understand that. It's like right next to the wall, it's open, but they didn't even take one measurement next to the wall. And shouldn't readings have been taken from the porches that have a direct line of sight to the source? I also didn't understand the conclusion that the quote in the sound study, quote, the speaker will be audible, but there will be, quote, no speech interference for outdoor conversation. When I read that, I read like engineers speak for that, meaning that you'll hear the speakers from the yard, but I won't know whether the order was for a cheeseburger or a chicken sandwich. And that's like the extent of the difference, right? If that's the case, we need acoustical fencing installed and new testing. And then also very much to hear from the neighbors, because I don't know what they're experiencing, having really no barrier at all between their use and this use. And also, I read that there were 2 menu boards, and unless I'm misunderstanding the purpose of the second one, wouldn't there be a speaker on the second menu board? Maybe that one's just for reading and the other one's for speaking, but they should clarify that. The lumen spread diagram shows very high lumen counts over the residential property line. That needs to be corrected. In other words, they need to change the lighting so that it's 0 at the property lines. Photos also showed a collapsed chain link fence along 91st Street and a lot of asphalt in need of resurfacing or skim coating. And I didn't find any signage drawings or calculations in the set. I don't know whether this is really relevant. It's really a DOT question. DOT has now asked that all of the drive-throughs be sent to DOT for their review, but this is an existing drive-through. I don't know whether they want to look at that or not. So this is more like a question to DOT. Do they really want to look at existing drive-throughs? Maybe commissioners have their own experiences with what the drive-through is doing to traffic, and I'm not really sure what the improvements would be because you've got an existing condition here. So anyway, those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. So based on the findings of section 73-242, one of the findings is that a minimum of 10 reservoir parking spaces for the drive-through lane must be provided, which it is provided. However, the diagram needs to be a lot clearer in specifying the pickup lane. And that lane extends slightly beyond where it's drawn. So what I mean is there is a walkway that cuts through the pickup lane, and it should extend beyond that, and there should be an arrow indicating that that's also where the pickup lane is for those who are probably entering from Remsen Avenue or so.
Sorry, what should be extended?
The pickup lane.
Okay, So you said there's a walkway that cuts through the pickup lane and that should be extended. What's that? The
That
pickup,
meaning the pickup lane should be extended beyond the walk-through area.
okay.
That's it. With regards to the landscaping, I thought it was very well maintained and consistent with the prior approved plan. I had a question regarding the hours of operation. It was not clear to me whether the applicant is, because applicant is requesting a new drive-through time, 6:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. And the existing one starts from 10 a.m. So does that mean it would be from 6:30 to 9 a.m. and then it will close and then 10 a.m.? I'm not sure that operationally makes sense for 1 hour. So would like a clarification. The lighting, again, as you mentioned, some of the readings along the residential lot line, especially along residential lot 13, it's above 00. So that needs to be addressed through shielding and other mechanisms. The signage, there are excess banners along the residential lot lines. Those should be removed. Overall site was in good condition, except I would say the asphalt along the entrance from Ditmas needs to be repaired. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Okay. I, had the same concern that you did, Chair, about the lack of landscaping along that home that's on East 91st Street. It just seems as if, whenever whoever is exercising or relaxing or having a little party in their backyard are constantly going to be interrupted with your famous words, "I want a mac and cheese, please." So I would definitely want to hear from the owner, if possible, to find out, whether or not they're okay with the fact that there is nothing but a low fence over there. If that's what they really want, I'm not going to force the owner to provide landscaping or a sound attenuation wall or anything that's going to be costly if the property owner on that side is going to then say, rip it all down, because that would just be a waste of money.
Right.
So if they really wanted to be that bare, perhaps if we were that concerned about the sound for them, I would say maybe one of those tacked on sound attenuation panels on the fence might help. It might not, because the fence is so low anyway. It seems to me the sound will travel right over the fence anyway to the backyard. But as long as that resident understands that in exchange for having no landscaping, they're going to have to put up with noise, then I would be okay with just allowing that to go like that and not enforce any regulations on them as regards the landscaping.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my only issue with this property.
Right. Okay. So this all has to do with proper notice, so to the neighbors. But we look at the noise propagation distance and it's 60 something decibels right at the fence. That's not a joke, right? So, and then it continues unobstructed to a point. We don't know what the point is, at which point it dies off. So other neighbors might hear it as well, because there's a direct line of sight and nothing to obstruct them other than a low fence as well. So that's why for some distance down the block, we should have noticed all the neighbors. It's confusing why that one house gets all that shielding and then nobody else does, kind of, or it only gets shielding at its front and side. Okay, Commissioner Shetta, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, that term requested, I couldn't see it. I did read that statement of facts like 2 times. I couldn't see how much time they are requesting that term, but I believe they are calling for the max. The second thing is.
Sorry, you mean extension of term? Is that what you mean? Or are you talking about the hours? Okay.
Yes, the term.
I think it's a drive-through. Your maximum is 5 years.
Okay, but they didn't say that. That's what I'm saying. But the following thing is the lighting. I'm not sure if the lighting is based on measurements, but I haven't seen on and off data. It's just one diagram. I believe it's based on like just modeling. The plan doesn't show the lighting plan. I mean, doesn't show the location for the lighting pool or pools. So they need to show that, and they need to provide a lighting diagram that's in compliance with the administrative notice, meaning that measurements and on and off. It's that I would like to express my appreciation for the location of the fence at the beginning of the drive-through, like close to the building. They use the way they position that light pool is they use the building to shield as a shield for the light pool. You know that the building has a tall plain wall, so that wall is acting actually as a shield for the building itself from the light spread or from the lumen spread. On the noise thing, they are basing their analysis on two extremes or two categories. One of them, they call it the typical condition, which if you look at the noise report, that noise are just above 50, it's in the range of 50 to 55 dBA. If you go to that maximum output for the speaker, it can be even beyond 62. One of the things that they put in the report is the reduction that they claim that because of the presence of the wall, it's going to be a reflected wave from that wall that probably causing what they are receiving and measuring by at least 2 dBA. So they are claiming that the real numbers might be lower by 2 dBA. My feedback to this, like you, Chair, mentioned, like right next to the wall, right and left, beyond the limits of that wall, it's going to be no reflection. So I'm not sure why they didn't measure there. If they want to prove that they are, if you want to save time and justify an argument like that, it wouldn't cost too much to put a geophone right and left and measure and say, hey, board, you see there is difference of X dBAs, and we would take it without questioning. But for like a presentation like this, I'm not sure if that number 2 dBA reduction is real. If you want to prove it, be my guest. But I feel like, and this is like my very rough estimate here. I believe that if we have complaints from neighbors, this side gonna be ending up needing an acoustical fence. And I believe one of the good ideas that could be looked at instead of before deciding to go to an acoustical fence or sound isolation, two things. Number one, relocation of the menu board to make it like further away from the building, like early in the lane. That might be one thing. The other thing is to use the speaker, the menu speaker, that automatic one that measures the ambient noise, and then whatever it produces is just 15 dBA above that. And then we all know that sound goes down, like when space, the distance double, it goes down by 6 dBA. So I would say if it's something, if it's the ambient plus 15 at 2 feet, at 4 feet, it will be the ambient plus 9. And then at 8 feet, the ambient plus 3, and then it's gone. So if you position that menu board speaker at the right spot, probably you can just forget about this sound isolation thing. And I agree that the asphalt is in bad need at many spots within the parking for like immediate repair. And I do have pictures that if they don't like what I said, I can put them on the screen, but I don't want to do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. My biggest concerns were with the lighting and the acoustics. That being said, I do appreciate, with regard to the acoustics, I do appreciate Commissioner Otley Brown's suggestion of reaching out to the owner of the residence that's most affected. That being said, I think that it should also have the tenants, because more likely than not, that seems like it's a leased property. I'd like to know, at least we'd have a good understanding of what the actual day-to-day is by having a tenant available.
Hmm. So in terms of how I was thinking of that also in terms of, so notification to neighbors is always based on the ownership. That's how the mailings go. I'm wondering if in the case of the immediate neighbors, maybe they should get a notice like pinned to their door or slipped under their door or something like that, so that we can be sure that if those people are tenants, they will be notified. Because it's certainly possible that it's a rental.
And I think that more likely than not, because we now have these we have computers that we can join into hearings with, we might actually get some testimony from the tenants.
Right. If they have Wi-Fi, you never really know, right? So, right, okay, thank you. Vice Chair Shanda.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention something. You mentioned about the chain link fence buckling. When I'd gone there, it was before the snow. Actually, it was okay. So I don't know if it was because of the snow that was piled along it that may have caused it. So the applicant could clarify that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's their photos that showed that it buckled. The reason it looks like it's not attached to anything, that's one reason it's buckling. It's like attached to two little corners and then the rest is not attached. So at the very least, it has to be properly attached so it doesn't do that. That's unlikely to have been detached by snow. So, okay. Okay. Next one, Tony.
Yeah, and the final case is 2017-269 BZ, 65 Grasmere Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay.
We're still in review session.
Yeah.
It's almost the end.
All right. We have proof of service of initial application to officials. Proof of service of this hearing to officials and neighbors. And the reason that I say that is this was postponed twice. Community board recommends approval. There was one letter in support and one opposed. This hearing has, as I said, already been proposed twice and once was for failure to notice. So this case has been at the agency since 2017. I'm not really understanding why it has not been prosecuted, except to state that the use is illegal and there are illegal spray booths. So evidently the owner is not eager to have us look at this or have this kind of aired. My biggest concern, having some direct experience with the subject of spray booth permitting, is that the spray booths must comply with code for the protection of the workers and neighbors with proper filtration and exhaust systems. So my very first question is whether or not they've actually gotten sign off from fire department. Do they, when looking at them, comply with code under DEP regulations and building department regulations? That's my biggest concern, because this is a very serious health risk to both neighbors and especially to workers. For whatever reason, hard to understand, there are no open violations shown against this site. The site history is also very confusing and the applicant's going to need to do more work on this. The 1991 certificate of occupancy refers to 2 BSA actions, and that I know, I think this is Tony's case. I know Tony requested that the BSA resolutions be submitted, but as far as I can tell, they never were. So it refers to 2 BSA actions, and the statement of fact refers to some type of a court order and reference to BSA actions without more. I didn't find a copy of any of these, as I said, in the folder, including this court order, without the actual site history as to the BSA, i.e. was there a variance? I don't know how to look at the existing conditions as support for the A finding. I just don't know even where to begin. Like, what's the existing legal situation on the site? There is a site plan titled, quote, legal conditions A001 with 2 one-story buildings totaling 6,349 square feet, one of which is in the bed of the Sheridan widening line. So what establishes that these are the legal conditions? Is there a BSA approved drawing or a DOB approved plan? How do we know these are legal? Applicant states there was a certificate of occupancy dispute at BSA, but we have no proof of that. The statement of facts, the statement of findings are very weak on the A finding, and the applicant can't rely on what it calls the ostensible, quote unquote, assumptions about BSA actions. It says ostensibly it was for a CO objection. Based on what? I don't know. So we need copies of the resolutions and approved plans, as I said. One claim is that the shape of the lot is unique, yet there is no uniqueness study. The other argument needs to be connected to the history of uses on the lot with proof of these uses. That argument wasn't made, but that's another kind of an argument that can be made for an A finding, which wasn't made. We need the history of the uses on the lot, actually with proof. There's no explanation for why a further enlargement, assuming a case can be made for legalizing the existing conditions, is the minimum variance necessary. The as of right assumes a tear down with a multifamily project. It wasn't clear which cost analysis ties into that one. I believe it's scenario 4 at $7.4 million. And apparently, according to what I read on the cover sheet of the financial analysis, it does not include demolition of the existing conditions, which is also confusing. Does it? Maybe it does.
The
Yeah.
financials for the residential does include demolition of the existing buildings.
OB says yes. Okay. All right. So, and then the next question is, why would existing conditions have a cost associated with it? I don't understand that one. That's scenario 2, 3.8 million. And legal conditions, scenario 1 is at almost 2 million. Again, does that take into account demolition of the existing conditions? Maybe that's the one that doesn't. So Commissioner Ollie Brown's nodding no. I don't know whether it should, because this is all the financial, like, how to figure all that stuff out. But I'd like to know, why is it treated as new construction rather than return to existing conditions, as opposed to, like, it seems to be treated as a complete tear down and you build existing conditions back up, or legal conditions, as opposed to simply tearing down the illegality and then making, and I don't even know if you can legitimately cost that because the work was illegal. DEP provided an instruction letter on February 24th of this year that requires specific site work to isolate the hazardous materials on the site. This work should be incorporated into the project cost, but should not be considered in the uniqueness argument or in the B finding, unless contamination can be established as a historic condition predating the 1970 uses and related to substances that were not then controlled by regulations. Some of the contaminants, because I see acetone among them, some of the contaminants appear to have been or are being caused by the on-site spray booths, which is what I was afraid of, because they're not being properly ventilated or handled. The paint's probably running off into improper drainage systems that are supposed to actually store it and then remove it from the site. DEP should be advised, I think they weren't aware in their review, it's not really clear, that the proposed project requires approximately 3,079 square feet of ground disturbance for new construction, other than for ground disturbance that might be associated with the proposed grand landscaping, and that approximately 13,000 square feet of the built site is existing, so there wouldn't be ground disturbance there. I'm not sure what they were thinking of in their review, if they were understanding that it's not that it's a small area, but it's only 3,000 square feet. I also don't know if the air quality analysis requested in DEP's July 21 letter was done. And until I understand the A and the B, I don't think there's much point in my going into the details of the proposal and the other findings, so I didn't. In May 21, fire department provided a long letter of objection, and I didn't see applicant's response to this. The buildings appear to be located within some type of easement or street widening area running along the railroad line, and perhaps also within widening lines for Chris Street and Sheridan Avenue. There is a letter from a lawyer claiming the easement doesn't exist. So I looked into that a little further. The 1982 tax map shows the area denoted as, quote, easement area or street widening as Semler Place. Applicant provided the borough president letter and map verifying that Semler Place was demapped. So those lines that we're seeing for easement are probably remnants. And so I'm kind of taking that data as a way to look at it as opposed to just relying on the lawyer's letter. And those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. So the applicant provided a lot of information, and so going through it was interesting. With regards to the findings, this site has been used as use group 16 since 1970s. And prior to that, it was a cold storage. So it basically has always had a legally non-conforming use, operating within a mix of legal and illegal structures. I looked at yes, the applicant has not provided a very robust uniqueness study. However, as I was looking at the site and I was trying to understand, the argument of what could happen as of right, and what would be the minimum ask in some sense, though that's finding F. E. I think the existing building and the function is very much in operation. It's not obsolete. It is, it is operating as use group 16. And I think the hardship in this case would be the relocation of the operation to another location where you would have to relocate all the specific tools that are located within the building to that site, locating all the, I would say, vehicles that belong to the customers and other machineries to the other site. And even if let's say one were to split the operation, part of the operation happens here, the remaining part happens somewhere else. All of those kind of led me to believe that in terms of the use and the operation of the site, there is a hardship the applicant has. So I kind of put that aside, and then I went through the financing, and the applicant provided 4 scenarios. The scenario number 1 being just the legal condition that was approved, for which they have the CO. Then the scenario number 2, which is the existing built condition, including the illegal condition. Scenario 3 is the proposed one, and scenario 4 is the as of right one. In the scenario 1, my only question, and I noticed Commissioner Otley Brown nodding her head, confirming that which is the legal the analysis of the legal built condition, the applicant did not factor in the demolition cost. So that was one question I had. But in terms of the financing, I will wait to hear from Commissioner Otley Brown. As I look through it, it didn't raise any red flags to me, but I'll look to hear towards from Commissioner Otley Brown. With regards to the neighborhood character, the site abuts the Staten Island Railroad, and there's commercial use along Sheridan Avenue, and the residential uses are mostly along the Chris Street and some along the Grasmere. Am I pronouncing it properly? Grasmere, yes. What I found interesting is this operation has always made sure that it is operating in a manner where its operation stays within the site and within the buildings, and the buildings are facing its back towards the residential. So the operation is not visible from the residential streets. The noise generated from it would be minimized because it is operating within the buildings. I think the only question remains is with regards to the spray booth and the noise pollution, the air pollution from that. So for that, the air quality study, all of that would be helpful, and any sign of that would be required. Going back to the FDNY comment, I believe the FDNY had raised an objection. An applicant did provide a response letter to that saying that the applicant, that in order to address FDNY's comments, it needed to legalize the building first, and to legalize the spray booth, the applicant needs to submit a floor plan to DOB, and then the DOB application is a pre-filing status to legalizing the spray booth and rectify the violation. I'm not fully well versed with the step-by-step process, but that was the answer that was provided. I don't have an issue with the finding D. With regards to finding F, I would say, based on what I have seen on Google Street View, because of lack of adequate parking space within the site or the way it's used, a lot of the vehicles are parked on the street, especially along Grasmere and Crest. And those vehicles would then, with the proposal, would be relocated indoors. I would like the applicant to clarify how the function, the operation happens, and how the new building would make that change. To me, that connection was missing. I do like the applicant's approach towards providing more greening along the street frontages, especially along the Crest Street, and improving the sidewalk. That though was not clear if the applicant is going to improve the Sheridan Avenue street bed and build the sidewalk. But I think there can be more improvements made to those sites to make sure that it is more consistent with the residential, and there wouldn't be any vehicles parked on the sidewalk or on the property line. Just a couple of comments with regards to the drawings. The naming of the elevations do not match with the north arrow. They need to indicate the existing entrances and exitways and width of the curb cuts. It would be helpful if the applicant can provide a key plan with the site photos. Once I figured out the existing plan and the site photos, I was able to work it through, but it would be helpful if that's provided. With regards to the site analysis sheet, in one place I see reference to C11, another place I see reference to C8. That kind of threw me off. The signage should be based on C11, and all the analysis should be based on that. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify on the signage, I know that the board has a little bit of a history of saying, well, when your variance is in a district where it's not permitted as of right, look to the adjacent area, adjacent zoning district for your guidance. So I think that's what the applicant did here. It looked at the adjacent area, which is a C8 for guidance on signage. But what the board always does with respect to signage in our districts is it says you use C11. So that's where the confusion is. So just to point that out.
Yeah, and I don't think they will have an issue. They're proposing to retain a very C1 type of signage. So it just should be clarified.
Right, but yeah, okay. Commissioner Otley Brown, go ahead.
So I had some questions about the uniqueness of this project. They say one of the uniquenesses is adjacency to the railroad tracks. They need to back that up with detail as to how far away from the railroad tracks they would be for an as of right, what kind of disturbance or possible monitoring of construction would be needed to be next to the railroad tracks, and how being next to the railroad tracks would impact the as of right development. given that information. They also talk about the street widening lines of Sheridan Avenue and Christ Avenue and how that narrows the lot. But I'm not sure that that impacts the as of right development, because you could still fit all of the allowable residential floor area and parking spaces with room to spare, even with the widening lot lines, because this lot is so large. So I'm not sure that that could really be claimed as a hardship. Any conversation that they would have as to being a business that is outgrowing its original size buildings and talking about the need to increase the size to accommodate an expanded successful business is really a programmatic needs discussion, and a programmatic needs discussion is not appropriate for a for-profit variance. And so I would not be persuaded by any of those arguments. The bottom line is, if you are in a business and your business is hugely successful and you can no longer operate out of this one site, you either branch out and have two sites or you move to another site. That's not a hardship that's unique to this property. It's a hardship that would be common to any expanding business, and all expanding businesses take into account the fact that eventually they may be so successful that they would have to branch out and have yet another satellite site or move to a larger property where they can expand their operations. I'll do the B finding last because that's where I have the most detailed comments. As for the C finding, the character, I have a problem with these spray booths being in the entire lot, and even in the entire enlarged building, that they put those two spray booths right up against the single family home, as close to that, I just think is so negligent on that part and so disrespectful to the as of right uses in the area. And so I cannot see a situation where, even if they met the other findings, I could allow those spray booths to remain in that position, because especially if they're not properly monitored and there isn't the required oversight of them, that could cause some serious issues for the residents that are right next door. So I have a problem there with that. To me, this is a case of the imposition of a heavy-duty commercial industrial use on an adjacent neighboring residential home. And I don't know how you make that right, to be honest with you. And so I just wanted to say that because that's something that really stands out in my mind. As to the financials, I just first, before I even get started, have a question. What is the significance of the construction cost estimates that were submitted separately that estimate the cost to construct in all four scenarios that is way above the cost estimates that are used by the appraisers? I'm not quite sure why they even submitted them. Was that to say, look, it would actually cost us this, but we're using this low number? I'm not sure. So they need to fill me in on that. Looking at the financials, to me, the biggest issue here has to do with their land value and their structure value and how that drives the case versus the actual sale that's been recorded against this property. So to give you more information, the last sale for this property was December 31st, 2015, and the entire property, business and land together, sold for $1.2 million. How does this reconcile with the doubling of value for land and structure that they're using as their springboard for all of their scenarios? So for instance, they're saying that based on three vacant land sales that occurred in 2016 and 2018, they're saying the land value here is $2.03 million. And that doesn't even include the structures. That's just for the land. Yet we know that in 2015, the entire thing, land and building, sold for $1.2 million. So that's my first question. How do you reconcile those two different numbers that are basically talking about the value of this site, or at least the land. And having such a high land value here is what is basically saying that none of these scenarios would really work, because they're even saying, based on the industry accepted cap rate, even the proposed doesn't work. So therefore, I'm not sure that their land value is properly calculated. So they have to give us a lot more backup of that. Now, one thing they could do is they could revalue their site value based on property sales of similar types of properties. So automotive service station properties that have sold, and that could give them an indication of what the site value should be here, because I think that plus the existing building, which they value at approximately $597,000, which they then adjust downwards, which I'll talk about that. But at $597,000 puts you at 2.6 million, which is over twice that sale. So that inflated cost site value is then driving the feasibility side, because they're saying that whatever income they get and try to generate into a property value does not overcome those costs. If the costs were lower, it probably would. So now I go into their construction costs, structure and improvement costs for each of the scenarios. Those are actually pretty reasonable, because what they do is for each of the scenarios existing, the legal, the existing, the proposed, and the as of right, what they're basically doing is valuing the building and the improvements to the land, like the curbs and the pavement and all of that, and coming up with a building or a structure value that they add to the land value. But before they add it into the land value, for the legal, they depreciate that structure, that replacement cost new that they've created, they depreciate it by 20%. And for the existing, they depreciate the legal portion by 20% and the to be legalized portion by 5%. And then for the proposed, they depreciate the legal condition by 20%, the existing condition by 5%, and the only new undepreciated portion is the part that they want to build, the extra 3,000 square feet. And so that actually is reasonable, because if you divide those structures by the total square footage, you end up with somewhere between $90 and $100 a square foot for the building. And so that's reasonable. They're using Marshall and Swift cost factors, and they're coming up with low numbers, which is why at the end of the day, I wondered why they submitted those construction costs, basically, because those are so inflated in comparison. I do also have a question about the residential as of right project, which is the only scenario in which they include the $88,000 demolition cost. However, they don't say what it's based on. What exactly are you including in the demolition, and how are you assessing that demolition price factor per foot? And it has to only be on the legal building plus the garage. It cannot be on what's existing, which is double that. And so I just want them to explain the basis for that, because I could not find it anywhere. Other than that, once they've come up with a total development cost, they then looked at the income and expense side of the situation. And I found that their assessments of income were reasonable. They were backed by comparables. They explained the differences in the income streams and whether or not real estate taxes were included or escalations were included. I found that very thorough. They came up with a gross income. They deducted for expenses in each scenario. I felt the expenses were reasonable, and they came up with a net operating income, which they juxtaposed against the total development value to show a fallout cap rate. And then they did a whole Ackerman analysis, which is a way of developing an industry used cap rate. And that was a sound analysis showing the industry accepted cap rates for the legal, the existing, and the proposed scenario at 6.5%. And then the as of right residential building scenario cap rate at 5.5%. And the only thing that I had a question of about the residential cap rate, which is in New York City, 5.5% is really considered on the upper end for a total residential development. And so they just need to show me how their 5.5 Ackerman formula measures up with realty rates and other recognized sources, because that does affect the value that they come up with. All that to say, given the cap rates that they have assumed express the return on investment of the project being 6.5%, all three of the auto repair situations do not meet that 6.5% return. The one that is closest to meeting it is the proposed, but it is still only at 4.9% versus the 6.5%. So that leads me to believe, and we had issues with this financial analyst before, is that what they need to show us is why that 4.9% would actually be preferable to perhaps going back to an as of right residential scenario and modifying some of those assumptions. And what we usually tell them to do, and I didn't catch it in the reading, is to literally discuss this issue. That yes, we're saying the garage scenarios should give 6.5%, but in this current rate, and given the fact that there is an existing business on the site, 4.9% is actually fine. You know, it's better than the idea of a redevelopment. And so that's more of a just giving airtime to that final argument, even though I know that's probably what it is.
Does that mean that the cap rate might be too high though, if none of them work?
Well, one could say it would mean the cap rate might be too high, but I think that the cap rate is probably fine, because if you look at the assumptions that they use in terms of debt service, interest rates, and all of that to create the 6.5 cap rate, it's actually fine. They're all within reason. So it means the 6.5% is reasonable. But you're saying that even though you want to add space, you're still coming under that. You've got to explain what's going on and why that's still preferable to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So maybe there's kind of the risk of redevelopment that doesn't figure into a cap rate analysis, that if I had to tear all this down and start again, even though I'll make more money, there's all the years where I don't have any income, and the risk that maybe I can't rent any of the units or whatever it is, right? Or get financing.
Right. And so that's what they need to just add to their conversation to support the fact that 4.9 for them is good enough, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you very much. All right, Commissioner Staten.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief, but in general, I believe I need to see more details, especially on the story of the court decision and the court case. What was the circumstance there? How did it start and how did it end? On the DOB letter you mentioned, Chair, I haven't seen that letter. I'm not sure if I didn't download it, but I downloaded the entire folder, and I haven't seen a letter from DOB. From FDNY, yes, I did, but nothing from DOB.
No, not DOB, DEP.
DEP, okay, sorry, okay.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. Yep, I maybe I misheard it.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, we need more details. I feel like I'm lost when reading through the the application entirely. Statement of facts and statement of findings. Now I'll move to the existing conditions. My understanding is that they have a legal spray booth. My understanding is that FDNY has prepared a letter and sent it to us I'm not sure if they visited the site, if there are any unsafe conditions that need to be removed, stopped, mitigated. I hope either DOB or FDNY will notify the applicant immediately, so these conditions could be eliminated. I'll move to the variance case. The A finding, I honestly, I couldn't see like an A that's triggering a hardship. Probably there is a uniqueness there, but as you know, the A should be a uniqueness that's triggering a hardship. And when looking at the uniqueness of this, the irregularities, this is the only uniqueness I can touch there, that the site is irregular. That during reading the statement of facts, I felt like the applicant is hovering on claiming that the notion that the commercial use predates the residential nature of the neighborhood could be considered as a uniqueness. I'm not sure if this is equivalent to claiming zoning regulations, existing zoning regulations as a hardship, and if this could fly. But if this is what they mean, I don't think this argument is gonna fly. The only
Let me just interrupt you, because there is a history at the BSA of that type of an argument. So to make it simpler, where you have a gas station that was installed in 1934, and then for whatever reason, so it's an existing non-conforming use that's existed since the 30s, and then they come to us because for some reason they now needed to turn into a variance. The argument that it's a pre-existing use has served to justify a variance to allow the existing use to continue, right? So,
yes.
So that's a pretty standard one for gas stations. So I think that's the argument that the applicant doesn't know it's supposed to be making here and needs to make here to establish the pre-existing legal conditions and that they were legal, and then to say why it's unique and therefore poses a hardship if they had to discontinue them. Okay, so.
Yes, I totally understand that. But my issue here is that this argument is not made against legalizing what is existing. It's being made against legalizing something that pre-existing plus what? Plus spray booth, which is, I believe it's illegal in residential neighborhood, plus proposed. So there are two other components on top of what was existing at like before the zone, before 1961. So that's my issue here, is in like mixing up these three components and make the argument that the commercial use pre-existed that residential neighborhood against these three components is kind of like, I cannot swallow this. I need like more from their side to convince me that it's gonna fly as an argument against the requested variance, not against legalizing whatever existed prior to 1961, or even prior or right after the court decision, which, like I said, we need to get some more information on that. But hardship wise, I can't see like any significant hardship. I'll come to the financials in a little bit, but the only that kind of feeling I got is they are arguing that their programmatic needs is the trigger for the variance here. And like Commissioner Brown mentioned, this could work if the applicant is a not-for-profit, but this is not a not-for-profit. This is a private business. So I'm not sure what they need to do here to tweak this argument to like convince us. Regarding the financials, of course, if A is not there, there is no need to go to B and C and so on. But for the financials that were submitted, I did look at first of all, I can see a relation. I cannot see like a clear relation between the financials, the cost estimate, and the drawings. I couldn't see that. For example, when you look at that as of right, that drawings are very crude. They are claiming that they're gonna build a cellar. I'm not sure why. That if you look at the cellar plan, it's that entire space is marking just a utility room and then accessory space for the rest of the cellar. I'm not sure what is the value of this. The existing building itself doesn't have a cellar, and I don't think it's a good idea to build a cellar next to an existing railroad line, active railroad. That I believe if they just forget about the cellar and they tweak the construction cost, because if you look at the construction cost right now, the cost per square foot and the what I'm talking about, let me just see what there is this. I'm talking about the one from 8/15/2019. I'm not sure if there is like a more recent one, but if you look at page 1 of that PDF for the as of right, the construction cost, the hard cost, is almost $525 per square foot, just construction cost. This is huge, and I can see the demo cost actually there. I'm looking at the table on page 1. It starts with item number 1, site logistics, and then excavation, SOE, concrete, and it continues up to general conditions. And if you take the total, they actually did this. The total divided by the total cost divided by the total square footage is almost $525 per square foot. That's too much for the kind of the building they are proposing, and or they are saying that this is their as of right, I would say. So I'm not sure if they need to like revisit evaluating if the as of right is the cost is reasonable. I don't believe they're gonna have a case. If they tweak this cost for the kind of building that could be considered an as of right 2-story building, 2-story dwelling, that if you look at that hardship claimed, which is, like I said, irregular site is too big, building is just a portion of the site. I don't think there is a hardship imposed by the irregularity to an as of right like that. If the construction cost is tweaked, I believe we're done. So I don't want to proceed until I see these numbers changed, and until I see like the further details I requested on the court decision and court case, the history, and until we see like more detailed drawings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to point out the 1991 certificate of occupancy for whatever was the legal condition, because they show us a drawing with what they call legal condition, but we don't actually know that that's the legal condition as of the 1991 CO. It says auto service establishment allowing welding and touch-up painting. In 1991, there were regulations for spray booths. So I don't know whether this included a spray booth. Touch-up painting is different than just using a little, aerosol can in your hand. It really does require that they're hooked up to pumps and so on, and that wouldn't have been allowed without some kind of spray booth. So we need more information on that, but spray booths are considered accessory to the principal use, which is this automotive, it's a body shop, right? So it's considered an accessory use. It's not a separate activity unless the only thing you're doing on the site is spraying, but they're building, they go through the whole list of what goes on the site. And so among the many things they do is they spray the car parts or however they do this, right? So we're not looking at it as a separate use. I just want to make that clear. But I'm not disagreeing that the spray booth presents real environmental issues for both the workers and the immediate residents that must be dealt with. So, or considered by us. So, okay, thank you. And Commissioner Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with much that has been said by my colleagues today, but I view this a bit differently in the effect that I saw this as two separate types of applications. The first as, legalizing, and then the other is the extra want. With the legalization, I was sympathetic to that request because of this was pre-existing before the neighborhood around it changed, and it certainly would have a substantial prejudice to this applicant if he would no longer to continue this use. That being said, before any grant of that, I share Commissioner Huntley Brown's concern with the spray booths being placed, well, everyone's concerned with the spray booths being placed directly adjacent to the residents. That needs to move. And there, I don't think there should be any circumstance where those spray booths get to remain there. With regards to now back to onto the findings, with regards to uniqueness, the argument that the railroad is unique, that needs to be flushed out. That railroad, or the adjacency to the railroad makes you unique. That railroad cuts through all of Staten Island. If that's unique, you need to tell us how that's affecting you that makes this particular rail line or your particular condition unique. To the sites of regularity, it's been said, I didn't notice how the sites of regularity made this condition unique. So that's something that they really need to flush out for me to understand it. I certainly respect both Commissioner Huntley Brown and Commissioner Schutta's review of the B findings. I'll leave that there. With regard to the C finding, noting that we haven't really heard anything that the community board seemed to approve. We don't have any testimony otherwise saying that this is.
No. We have one letter of objection and one letter in support.
Oh, I didn't see the letter of objection.
They're hidden in the general application folder. So, yeah.
I will have to look at that. So let me not say and speak any further, but this with regard to C, of course, the spray booths being removed, being moved somewhere, or just being a better neighbor in that regard, that needs to be addressed. And I have nothing further to add at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think that's it. So actually it's 10-1. I think maybe the better way to do this is to take a lunch break. Otherwise it'll be too hard, right? So a 30-minute lunch break will take us to, let's say 1:25 by the time we get finished with the minutes.
Okay, so this concludes the public review session. Will commence at 1:30 or 1:25?
Yeah, let's say 1:30 just to be-
1:30 with the public hearing.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, if everyone could come back. Sorry, I'm reviewing some stuff that was just submitted.
Timeline.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to review something for the second call on Victory Boulevard.
Right.
Yeah, because there were like 4 submissions of the same thing.
I noticed.
Okay. All right, let's,
So do you want to,
do we, yeah, do we have a quorum? We do. Okay,
okay, so you want to go to the second call?
yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for February 28th, 2022. We are going to recall item number 22, the decision item 2214BZ to 22514A, 1534 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island. Do we have to
Sorry, tell me again, 22.
22414BZ, 22514A, 1534 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island.
Okay, good. So there were a number of submissions made in the last few hours. There is a, let's say, a better construction timeline. It's not perfect, but it'll get us there, okay? We should probably, I don't know why we need to do this, but
Reopen?
sorry?
Do you need to reopen? No, right?
No, it's to vote on it,
Okay.
right? We should probably have like an admin notice that shows what a construction timeline is supposed to indicate, because this one's pretty bumpy, but it'll get us there, okay? So we have that submission, so I don't see any conditions, so I'd like to make a motion to grant.
Okay, Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta. Can't hear you.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you. Application is granted. Okay, now we'll proceed with the rest of the calendar. Item number 29, reopen to correct record. Item calendar number 2018-70A through 2018-86A. Item 2018-89A and 2018-90A. This is Santina Drive, Staten Island.
Okay, I'm admitting Mr. Sana in, but and it's only if he has any questions really, but state your name, please.
It doesn't have to be sworn in. It's an A case.
No. Just state your name, Mr. Sana.
Michael's.
Oops. Michael, finish that.
Mr. Sani, you still in?
I'm in. Hold on.
Okay.
Say your name again, please.
Michael Santa.
Okay. Oh, it's Sana, not Sana. Sorry, Sana. So I just want to thank you so much for responding so quickly to every one of those requests for correction. As I mentioned in the review session, we've already submitted this to fire department and hope that there'll be a rapid turnaround. I see Chief Daly standing there waiting anxiously to speak, so I will let him. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard the board's instruction to provide a detailed letter with respect to Santina Drive, and I probably need about 2 weeks. I already spoke to Captain Malloy, and he's going to give me a day or two later this week to review my letter before a formal submission.
Okay, excellent. So, and just, I didn't mean to overcomplicate what you receive, but we did submit copies of all of the easements that are attached to this. And then we asked Mr. Sena to prepare an easement diagram so you can follow along better where the easements are located, because there's so many kind of overlapping ones. And the easements themselves in the easement materials, it says what they grant. So if there's anything more that you want to be included in an easement, we can have the restrictive declaration amended so that it's more specific as to your requirements, okay?
Great, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. All right then. Anything else? I'm going to leave the record open because I don't know whether, I don't want to close it because if we have conversations about anything that's submitted, then we'll have to reopen the closed thing. So let's just leave it open until, and then we could put it on, we could do a close, and maybe even in this case, because it's an unusual situation, a closed vote, because we're working on the resolution right now. Usually we delay the vote to allow time for the resolution to be drafted, but actually it's the drafting of the resolution that revealed these kind of open issues, okay? Do you have any questions, Mr. Sena?
Yes, I just would like to add to Captain Daly that nothing on all the corrections that have been made are just specific to meets and bounds and certain dimensions from the deed, and they do not materially change anything that has been indicated on the fire department approved plan. So none of the items that were approved on that plan have been modified or changed. It's materially the same thing, and these little amendments or adjustments or corrections that have been made just make it clearer for the purposes of the execution for the board, not affecting the fire department approved plan.
No problem, I understand.
But I do want to clarify, yes, it's true, it's about the meets and bounds, but we weren't clear at the BSA what it was fire department wanted to be the restrictions on the site as a with respect to no parking areas, signage, striping, etc. So that's where we needed clarification from them, because there's a drawing with shading that was approved by the fire department, but it doesn't have much in the way of notation to indicate what you're supposed to do in those shaded areas. So that's why. And the other thing that is confusing to us is there is this area known as the fire apparatus access road, the FAR, otherwise known as the FAR. And why, you know, we don't know too much about it because it's just a thing with the meets and bounds, but we don't know what that has to do with anything. We know where it is, but we don't know why it's called a FAR, as opposed to the other parts that are the Santina Drive thing called the roadway. That's the defined terms in the restrictive declaration. And so we want to try to bring those things together for clarity if necessary. And that's another place where this came up in reading the recorded documents, okay? So, you know, and Chief Daly, if you have questions about this, obviously Tony's and Chase are totally on top of all the issues, so feel free to discuss it with them, okay?
I understand, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Sena.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. We'll let you know when the case comes back, Mr. Sana.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hopefully it'll be quickly.
I hope so.
Okay, next item is SOC case continued hearings, item number 30, 2017-4A, 339 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, we didn't need to do the public, right, on that one?
Oh,
No, okay.
no, yes, no.
No, I don't think so. It was just reopening of that. Okay.
Okay, it's reopening to accept a document. It's not
Okay. I just want to make sure, yeah, I don't want any issues coming up later. Okay, so the next item is number 30, 2017-4A, 339 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island. This should be a lease, right?
Hi. Maybe I'll there.
Anyone with you, Ms.
Hi, Elise
Fullader?
Fullader. No, just me.
Okay, you
I
don't have to
spoke
be
with the
sworn in.
owner
It's an A
there,
case.
right.
It's an A case. You don't have to be sworn in.
Oh, sorry. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. We heard your comments this morning. Thank you. First, I want to say that the contract was signed
Oh.
that we submitted.
No,
On
it
the
was
second
signed
page.
by, no. It was signed by the proposer. It wasn't
And
signed by.
Levon, and the owner, Levon.
I only saw one signature and it was the proposer whose name
There
is
was a
on there.
second page with 2 names, signatures on them.
Oh, I didn't see the second page. I only saw the first.
Okay, but here nor there, just wanted to say it was signed. And then also, sorry, wanted to say that the owner did note the violation and he submitted before our hearing, even this morning, I got an email right away in the morning that he filed for correction at the certificate of correction.
Okay, great.
And then I don't think, is there any more comments I'm missing?
No, I don't think so. Okay. All right, I think that's it. So let's go to the public. Thank you, Ms. Fuller.
problem.
Let's go to the public.
So the case that we are currently discussing is 2017-4A, 339 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. You can enter the webinar ID number, which is not showing clearly on the screen. I apologize. 923-483-3483. And press pound. You will then be requested to put a participant ID number, which you will ignore and just press pound. You will press *9 to raise your hand if you are in the Zoom room and *6 to unmute. And if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay.
My screen, I don't see it. I don't know, maybe it's just my video.
You know what? I don't think, I'm not sure. Do we have an actual statement of how much time you need?
I thought you said this one was good. Let me
So
check.
it's 3 months for demolition and then we haven't started construction. So it's
So 4 years.
4 years, yeah, because but you said, because we still are under plan. Oh, that was the other comment. So we're still under plan review at DOB. On December 28th, the architect gave you a letter that said that this is still being reviewed at DOB and we can't start construction until that process is finished and we get a permit.
Right. I guess my question was, because I only saw, I don't want to mix up with the other one.
And that $500 fine has to be paid?
Yeah, before
We
vote.
we filed a certificate of correction, so.
Right, so that would go with either resolving the fine or they pay the fine in order to receive the approval on the seal. What I wanted to say is, so the last DOB action I see is from 2020.
But
Maybe
it's
it's-
still under, yeah. So they've been going back and forth with the plan examiner.
Oh, I see. So it doesn't show up when you keep going back and forth, is that?
No,
Right.
so.
All right, so we don't have anyone calling in. There's one phone number there. If you're calling in about this case, 339 Victory Boulevard in Staten Island, please raise your Zoom hand by pressing *9. Otherwise, anyone whose name I don't recognize in the waiting room, you'd raise your Zoom hand if you want to speak, okay? So I'll give it just a couple of seconds. And then I would just say, okay, so, and the 4-year extension, you wrote that somewhere. Sorry, I'm
I
not.
think so. In the statement of facts, I usually put 4 years.
I saw it.
You did?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so it's there. Good, thank you. All right, so I'd like to make a motion to close, and there's no submission.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Oh, the only thing is we want to see that the violation has been paid. even if they didn't accept corrections, okay?
Okay,
One way or the other before we vote, okay?
thank you.
Getting that noise again, that's weird. Okay, move on, Madam Chair.
1 second. Okay,
New
Yes.
cases, item number 31, 46 10th Street, Staten Island.
and that's Mr. Dale.
Mr. Dale?
You hear us? Please speak us. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Okay.
It takes a minute when you join as a panelist. There's a little bit of a spinning wheel until you can join in. So
Okay, raise your right hand.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do affirm.
Please
Uh,
proceed.
We did listen to review session and we understood everything and agree with everything the board said about the application, that the clarification is needed, additional materials, notably with respect to the threshold issue of the special permits that are referenced in the resolution and whether this proposed development would qualify or if an alternate form of relief would need to be sought. Just to provide some background, this application was filed right at the cusp of the pandemic. And when it was filed, let's just say the priorities of the school and the world changed. And so that contributed to the delay in effect. But now that there's a commitment to moving forward, we'll review that issue. Chair, I do believe you noted that the resolution at the time was not very clear on the reasoning of what the board did, but it is from the materials we have, it does show that they did permit a floor area and side yard waivers outside of what the text of the special permit is. So we've ordered the archive files. There's actually a companion appeal case that we've ordered also. I don't think it would be pertinent because it appears to rely just on or refer to an appeal of construction codes that were in existence back in the 60s, but we ordered that too to see if we get more information. But the short of it is we've heard the comments, we agree with the comments, we'll get clarification, and if it's possible to make a valid legal argument, we'll provide that to the board. If not, we'll review options to amend the application to a variance and see if we can pursue relief perhaps through a programmatic needs and RLUIPA process.
Well, but because variances are hard, maybe there's a way to do it through a different special permit, right? That allows a floor area increase of, if you really need that, of
The
1
10%, right? Yeah, as you said, yeah. So how's this? We'll definitely review, but the short of it is I didn't necessarily want to waste the board's time or belabor it. We've heard, we agree, and that's definitely the threshold issue. But just as a quick note, I would note that in conjunction with any forthcoming submission, we've been involved with other school applications since this was filed. We understand comments were made about making it clear the comparisons between what's there, what's proposed, showing the waivers and existing, and also will provide clarification with respect to the zoning lot and the additional parcel that's on the side. So those are, regardless of what the submission, what form and fashion it takes, those will definitely be part of it. But we agree is the short.
And it may be a mistake in the resolution, but it said lot 27. I don't know if that's even a relevant lot number, so check on that.
We'll take a look. There may have been some tax lot amendments along the way, and we're familiar with tracking that down. But yeah, so we thank you for taking the time. We understand that it was short. We were actually in our response to dismissal letter, we were actually anticipating a possible second notice of comment. So we're here at hearing. Instead, we know the issues, we'll review the issues, and we'll get back to you.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you. Let's go to the public on this one.
The case we are currently discussing is 66363BZ, 46 10th Street, Staten Island. If you wish to call in, the call-in number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 923-4830-3483 #. Then you will then be instructed to enter a participant ID number, which you don't required, just not required. It just press pound. And once you're in the Zoom room, you can press *9 to raise your Zoom hand, *6 to unmute. If you are already in the Zoom room, then please press pound. *9, sorry, *9.
Okay. All right, so
many things to sorry, I apologize.
I'll go through it again if anyone actually calls in.
Yeah.
So we have Chief Daly has his hand up, so go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The fire department did have an opportunity to review these plans. And our only comment is that while they're proposing to install the manual automatic alarm system in the Group E occupancy, we would like them to extend it into the church. So this way, that the whole premises is protected by an alarm system. In the event there's a fire in the church portion, at least the children will be notified in the school portion. So I will be submitting my my comment later in this week, but that's the only objection that we have is that the fire alarm be extended into the church area.
Okay, it's not the sprinklers, it's the alarm, right?
But they do not require a sprinkler, only below grade, which they are providing. We just would like to extend the fire alarm into the church building, so the whole premises is protected.
Okay.
Monitored.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to get the whether we're talking to a plumber or an electrician.
Electrician only this time.
All right. There are people in the waiting room, a few names I don't recognize. If you would like to speak on this case, please raise your Zoom hand. There is one phone number. If you would like to speak on this case, you need to press *9 to raise your Zoom hand. Other than that, how much time, Mr. Dale, to respond?
How's this? We'll be flexible with the board's schedule. I would say this is actually, in short, this is sort of a two-part answer. If we're able to successfully navigate either an alternate special permit or find something within the past history, I believe we could respond more quickly. Understandably, if that's not possible and we weren't going to need to pursue a programmatic needs and a variance, that would take a little bit more time. So I don't know if the board, I want to make this easier on the board, but I don't know if it's possible to set perhaps like a 6-week submission or something for the first part. And then if we need more time for the variance, request it with the understanding that that's why we're doing it. We're not trying to unnecessarily delay the board.
Yeah, I agree. So the first part is, what's the history on this site? We're trying to figure it out, right? So you'll get materials from archives. The next part is, does the special permit that you applied under apparently doesn't give the authority for the waivers you're seeking. But as Commissioner Otley Brown pointed out, it may give waivers for other things that you could seek instead, and therefore stay with this. And then you might tandem it if you really do need the floor area with that 10% special permit. So that would just be an amendment, but you could see whether that's enough, right? And then that could get you maybe to the 6 weeks. You think that's enough time to look at that?
I think if we could have, I would say, again, with the board's calendar, roughly 6 weeks for that first part. And I think that's really going to guide the second part.
Okay. All right. All right, then. So I'm noting 6 weeks to submit sort of the first layer of response.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Okay, is there a caller there?
I don't see anybody with their hands up, so.
Okay.
Okay.
All righty, moving on. Zoning calendar. Continued hearing items. Item number 32, 2021 32BZ 1471 East 26th Street, Brooklyn.
Mr. Coles. Oh, there he is. Okay.
How are you? Good afternoon, everybody. I should also have Bonnie Rose from my office.
Okay, that's who that is. I didn't recognize the name.
Trying to train her. She's been with me for a while. We're trying to train her.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond on any set of board member questions?
I do.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Bonnie Rose with the Law Office of Jay Goldstein on behalf of the applicant. We heard the board's comments this morning, and we can make the requested notes on the plans. We should be able to submit within a week.
That was good. Well done.
Thank you.
That was hard the first time, and it's a lot easier on Zoom. Otherwise, you would have had to come and stand in front of us. Yikes. Okay.
She's stood in front of you
But they're
before,
technical issues.
Oh, you have? Okay.
right before Zoom.
So let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2021-32 BZ, 1471 East 26th Street, Brooklyn. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 923-4830-3483 #. You will then be instructed to enter a participant's ID number. You're not required to enter it, just press pound. Once you are led into Zoom, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute in order to speak. If you are already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand.
So again, to give it a little more time, because there's always a time delay on these applications on our Zoom versus YouTube. I see two names that are not familiar to me. If you'd like to speak on this application, please raise your Zoom hand. And there's one caller in who's been there since this morning, so maybe the person's not even actually in the room, but that caller, please press *9 if you would like to speak on this application, which is 2021-32 BZ.
1471 East 26th Street. That is the only case we are currently discussing.
Right.
If you're not for that case, please put your hand down.
Okay, their hand is not up. All right,
Yeah.
I think we have enough time for people to call in. So then I'm noting 2 weeks to submit because there's not enough time to make it to this next hearing. So it'll be the one after. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Good. One moment. Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Did you say aye?
Aye.
Okay. Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Nice to speak with you.
Bye.
Nice to see you. New cases, item number 33, 742 70 BZ, 830 Bay Street, Staten Island.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do affirm.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I did listen to review session. Hopefully I can answer questions that were raised or provide a little bit of clarity. The first thing I want to just discuss and confirm, because I know the site history could be a little bit back and forth. The tanks that were at the site were removed in March 2008. There are no tanks at the site, and there are no tanks that are proposed to be at the site. Fortunately, we have our office has some institutional memory with this. So we do actually have the tank closure report from Tyree Engineering from 2008. I thought it had been submitted to the record, or maybe not, because we thought that issue was resolved. The short of it is, more than happy to submit their closure report again, so you've got it. But I just want to clarify, no tanks. Okay.
Okay. I also want to clarify, I'm looking at the drawings that were submitted. I can't read the submit date. something, something 21. The submit date is blobbed out on. Yeah, I can't read the submit date, but anyway.
July 2021.
Okay,
Maybe.
so it doesn't, it says existing gas storage tanks and fuel pumps were removed under DOB application number so-and-so. So they were previous, maybe it's kind of bad wording, but it says they were removed. So it doesn't show them as existing, Commissioner, if that's what you, it doesn't show them as there anymore. Let's just put it that way.
Right.
Okay.
And to provide a little background, what happened is that under the prior owner in 2008, a application was granted by the board to extend the term and for an amendment. And the amendment was to reinstitute gasoline service because at the time tanks were out, but then in 2008 when they filed, they thought for a future prospective tenant, they might want to add them in again. There was another action before the board in 2012, again, seeking to maintain the possibility of reinstalling these gas tanks. And since that time, the site actually was sold from that prior owner to the current owner, who's actually the operator. He owns and operates the site, and he just wants to do auto repair and doesn't want anything to do with gas stations. So that's why we're seeking to sort of amend the amendment that was never actually went into place. So it was sort of this up and down and back and forth. But the short of it is auto repair only, no gas station. And that's why these notes are on here, because at the time we were here in 2012, there was a little confusion as to what the status was. So it's still confusing. Hopefully we get it clarified. Related to that.
You know what? For people who just read like half of the sentence, like me, it's confusing. Just make it previously existed and instead of existing. This is better
No,
communication.
you don't have to say previously existing. You just say gas storage tanks and fuel pumps were removed. Just cross out the word.
That's fine. That's okay.
Alternatively, we can remove the note if you want, since there's nothing there. It's up to you.
No, but I mean, I
Okay.
think that's helpful for the history of
Sure.
reading.
Okay.
Gas tanks, you don't see them. Is that just you left it out of the drawing? You
It's
know,
fine, yeah. So we'll get rid of the word existing, and that'll add some clarity.
Yeah.
Related to that, the curb cut, there was some discussion, the mystery curb cut. The curb cut in question is actually the one that is on Bay Street, that is closest to the corner of Vanderbilt Avenue and Bay Street. And this goes back to when we were before the board previously, when there was discussion about reinstituting gasoline service. There was concern raised, understandably, by commissioners saying Bay Street is a bit busy, and there's the intersection at the corner there. And with a high traffic use, such as a gas station with cars going in and out all the time, there was the thought, why do you need that curb cut that close to the intersection? You could have patrons enter with the one that's furthest to the south or the ones on Vanderbilt. So let's eliminate that curb cut to provide a bit of a buffer for pedestrians who would be in that intersection when you've got gas sales. Well, gas sales were never instituted. The current owner actually didn't even realize that that was a condition. It wasn't told to him by the prior owner. That curb cut still exists. The short of it is that the property owner, if the curb cut needs to be removed, according to the board, he can take it out. But his thought is that, he actually uses it. He doesn't believe that it causes any great disturbance to the area, especially since this is a much lower, site visit. With the auto repair use. I mean, they repair 5 to 7 cars a day. So the preference is to maintain it, but that's really at the leave of the board. But that gives you a little history as to what that was. And just so you know, we actually have on our records in 2011, we submitted a plan showing that curb cut that was gone. I'm not sure why it wasn't referenced in the board resolution, but I got a record of 2011 submission with a plan showing it gone. So there it is.
All right.
So that gives you some little history on that.
Okay, so before you go on with that one, I'm not the driver in the family. So if others have comments about whether they have an issue with retaining the curb cut, let's talk about this now. I don't have an objection to its retention, but so anyone? Since we're recorded and they make a a transcript, you can't nod your head.
I
You
have
to
no objection. I have no objection to retaining it.
No objection from Dara.
Okay.
Same here.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Another question that was raised was regarding whether it was a convenience store or store. Just to confirm, there is no convenience store. The latest approved plans list a area that says existing sales and then office. We did submit some interior photos, I believe, the end of last week. And just to clarify, a customer who's come in and would walk into that front little lobby area where it says existing sales is basically just a lobby area where you could sit while you're waiting to pay or wait for your car. And then the office area is where the staff is. And that has a connection into the, where it says existing lubritorium where the repairs take place, but there's no sales. It's basically, it's a lobby is what it is for the sales service. Okay. There was a question regarding cars stored. Just to confirm, there are no sales of vehicles on the site and none proposed. I believe, Chair, you might have mentioned, or one of the other commissioners might have mentioned the fact that there's some nicer older cars there. This operator does have a portion of business that is for more older or vintage cars. And sometimes when they're stored on the side, they're just waiting for parts, which aren't like, it's not like a Ford Fiesta part or Honda Accord. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer to get a part. So that's sometimes when they're stored over there, you know, awaiting service, and it takes a little bit longer, but that's that parking area, but no car sales. Storage container behind the gate. I actually was emailing with the owner. He wasn't available today because he's actually working. But he told me that storage trailer that's behind the fence there, it's a shipping container that's painted the same color as the building, and it stores seasonal shop equipments that they use for like oil changes or air conditioning changes, but it's not extra supplies. It's just extra equipment that they bring out seasonally to take care of cars, and then they put them back there in the end of the night. That's what's over there. I reached out to him. We're going to try and get a picture submitted to the record so you can see what that looks like. We submitted a series of photos. I can't honestly recall if there's one in there, but I'll take a look at the record to show you that's what that little area is over there.
I think the photos were hard to see. I think this is the one where they weren't that clear.
Okay.
Maybe that. Yeah, this is my notes. They weren't clear. They were like a photocopy of two photocopies. And so, or they were very dark wherever they were taken. So for instance, not knowing whether there was a gate in front of that storage container was because it doesn't show up well in the photograph.
Okay, I'll work with the owner as far as getting those photos set up. He actually just sent one to me of the fence while we're out here. It doesn't look that bad, so I'll get that submitted. And we'll try and make sure that the clarity is better on those. There was a question regarding the planter. To confirm, those trees are planted in the ground, and that's just a little wall that is around them. But those arbor vitae, as you said, they're actually in great condition. I think we've submitted photos in the dead of winter and the summer, and they provide great screening. I would just say as an aside, I don't know if the board's received it yet, but this property owner is actually on good relationship with that one adjacent residential home. And he actually, told him about the application. And it's my understanding that the neighbors submitted one of the standard board affidavit forms or no objection forms. So I don't know if it's made it to the record or not. If not, we can, perhaps include it as part of our submission. But, I would just say that as an aside, since they're neighbors, he talks to him and he said, hey, can you fill out this form? And they filled out the form for no objection. So if it's not on the record, I can check with the project manager and maybe submit it directly.
Yeah, so it's not in, maybe in correspondence. No, it doesn't show up in our PDF file. So please, yes, do submit it. That's always helpful.
Sure.
Thank
We
you.
our preference is to have them send it directly so we don't become an intermediary, but we can become an intermediary in this instance. There's a question, the razor wire is definitely, those fences are not on our site. It's the adjacent site, which is a restaurant, I believe at this time. That's their razor wire. We don't really have any control over that with respect to that. Chair, I think you raised a question about the chain link fences and the dashed lines that are shown.
Yeah.
Actually, back in 2012, when the application happened, there was some confusion about where these chain link fences were. So those dashed lines were added by the architect to try and locate. And actually, a number of these fences are actually not on this subject site. They're on the adjacent site, but we put them there for clarity. I don't know if you want us to change the labeling, but they're basically showing you where the fences, the existing chain link fences are, the most of which are not on our site.
So the convention for a fence is a line with a little X in it. So it's a straight line that goes across, and every, like the equivalent of 8 feet, you put a little X. That indicates a fence. A dash line is something that's happening underground or above your head that you can't see, like the canopy would be represented with a dash line. And a retaining, let's say a foundation would be represented with a dash line. So I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's a 3-foot wide foundation. And I didn't understand why anyone would show that. So, okay.
So in narrative, it is a fence. We're going to probably have a few other minor plan changes we need to do. I'll have them put little X's in as long as we're making these other plan changes. Related to that, the air pump that's at the corner of the site, I think that indication of the little square that's in the, it would be the southeast of the site. There is an air pump there. What we can do is add a label to it, or a note showing that that's where the air pump is. And it is proposed to remain, even though they don't have a gasoline service and do auto repair. The owner likes to have the air pump there because he just thinks it's nice to provide the service. But what we can do is we can add in an air pump label to the plans in conjunction with, these other changes we're going to make.
Is there also a vacuum?
I think so, yeah. So right there in the corner, air pump and vacuum. Yeah.
Little,
Right.
yeah. Okay.
I'm
So
pointing
for
it-
example, there's this word dumpster just floating in space.
Okay.
Maybe that belongs to that square that's next to the word 6-foot solid fence.
It sure does. Okay,
Okay.
so I'll get that label changed too.
Okay, and then the word 6-foot solid fence, just to be clear about it, there's this dash line right under the word fence. That's again, a dash line represents something going on above or below. And then there's no gate. So you don't see how in the world do you get into this fence? It's like you're born inside there,
Okay,
right?
I can fence. I'm taking notes as we're going along. Show gate. Okay.
Gate and indicate it as a fence by using the proper graphics for fence.
Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit of a different fence. That one's actually a solid opaque fence right there. It's not chain link. So
Is it opaque metal or is it opaque
it's,
wood? Or
it's like the white PVC. When we did the Little Neck parking lot, similar to that sort of look, I think. So I'll ask them to clarify that. But these are all excellent label things that we can change as we're doing these plans. They should be quick changes. There was a question about body work. There is no body work, no painting. It's just auto repair, and none is proposed and none is desired. Question regarding lighting. I spoke to the owner. He is only open for business and he's agreeable to this condition. He's open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. No weekend hours. He says that there are no lights on the outside of the building and that any canopy lights that are still there remaining don't work, and he doesn't even turn them on. So there's no lights at all that take place. This is not like light poles or something like that. And he's only open, surprisingly limited hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. So,
so in the winter when it gets dark around 4, does that mean the site's pitch black, or he has a couple?
I think they have internal lights inside that. Like, I think that there's like lights above the door on the building, but there's no lights on the rear of the building. It's all just the internal building that's right there. You're right, it does get a little dark, but for maybe like a half hour or so. So
can you just add to the plan the little porch lights, which is describing what sounds like porch lights, right?
Sure.
Add the porch lights and add underneath the canopy a note that says something to the effect of no lighting at canopy.
Done. Okay, we'll do that. And there was also a question about the canopy. It's proposed to remain. He says he likes it because it adds some visibility for his business and also provides a little bit of shade for some of the cars that are, coming to get picked up during the summer. But, it's staying there. So canopy, no lights, note. Okay, we can add that note. I think that was the majority of the questions. If I missed any, I'm happy to respond to it now. But it seems most of those were just trying to provide clarity to the plans with all these labels a little bit cleaner. And we'll also, just so the board has it for the record, the fuel closure report from the engineering company. It's one page that I can submit, and that way maybe it can be referenced in the resolution so that 10 years down the road, the board has a bit of a memory, or it's clear in the resolution that there's no tanks.
Good. Yes, please. And then the only other comment was about skim coating the broken asphalt. It's not everywhere. Some of the pictures.
Yeah, he said he had repaved it recently, but I'll take a look. I will mention something to him about that and see if that's something. Skim coat asphalt. To be honest, I'm not familiar with how long that process would take. Is that something the board would want done before, or would you want to do that on condition? I don't know. So
Yeah, so I don't think it can be done until the weather is warmer.
okay.
So I don't want to hold this up because we could close this otherwise. So if they can do it before, fine, and otherwise we can make it conditional, because I think it cannot go down below like even 50.
Right. Okay.
Some kinds of stuff where it just becomes a gooey mess if it's
Okay. So what we'll do is we're more than happy to agree to that condition, and I'll mention it to the owner. If we can get it done, great. I don't trust the weather though, so if it doesn't happen, we can do it on condition. Great.
Okay.
If there were any other questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I think that it's primarily this tank report and plan clarity that we need to submit.
All right. Thank you. So let's go to the public.
John, fire department has his hand up, sorry.
We're going to the public, and then we'll recognize.
We'll ask John. Okay, John, you have to wait a second, sorry.
No problem.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is item number 33, 74270BZ, 830 Bay Street, Staten Island. If you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 923-4830-3483. Press pound. You will then be requested to put the participant on ID number in, which you do not have to do, just press pound. Once you are in the Zoom room, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak. If you are already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay. So, and the reason we do it in that order is to give people time to call in, so that now we could go to Chief Daly.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The bulk fuel safety unit here in the Bureau of Fire Prevention, they had located an affidavit from Tyree Environmental, which I forwarded to Vinroy Bell, the project manager, and to Todd Dale, that the tanks were removed. We had inspected the site, and we had closed the account that the original owner had for the site. So these tanks are removed safely and disposed of properly. Thank you.
Great. So we have that information now,
Okay.
right? So, you said, but we also need a DEC closure report. So if you have it already, and I didn't find it. So if you could please resubmit that.
I'm not sure about the DEC closure report. I'll have to take a look. What I had on my record was this report from the engineering company. I'll have to take a look. We've had this file for 15 years. It might be in there. I just don't know off the top of my head if I've got a.
Oh, okay. So when I see notes from Jella are.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I saw something.
New York State Petroleum Bulk Storage Site, mobile number 11314. DEC's website indicates the bulk storage site is closed, but something should be provided for the record. Bulk storage database search. You could do it like that. The applicant should provide also a seeker protocol affidavit for the in-ground disturbance, but I don't think there is any in-ground disturbance.
Yeah, no, there's none.
Okay, so yeah, so you can get that probably off online.
Okay.
To the closure report. So that's what we need. Okay.
All right, so I'll find that. So to confirm, I just want to make sure that I've got this list clear. So we'll do the plans with the air pump note, the dumpster note, the fence notes, porch lights and the canopy light notes. We'll obtain a DEC closure report. We'll do the skim coat if possible. If not, we'll agree to the condition. And just for the record, I will reach out to the owner to see if he can get that no objection form from the neighbor, just so it's complete for the record.
And if you could clarify, even in a cover letter, those things that you've just said to us, the razor wires on someone else's site. Also, you're fixing the plan to indicate the fencing better, right? That there's no body work or painting on the site. I think you already tell us the hours of operation. That the canopy will remain. That's probably obvious because it's on the drawings. And that no sales of vehicles on site and like that. Okay, just go.
We'll do a cover letter with all those 5 items you just mentioned.
Yeah, just good. I may have missed it. Did you discuss dimensions of the building versus what's on the approved plan? There was a clarification of that needed.
Yeah, thank you. So finding.
And the second thing is, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just clarify that. The drawing, the new drawing shows 57 foot 10 inches is the length of the existing structure located 12 foot 9 inches from the property line. And the approved plans, previously approved plans, if I find those. Yeah. Oops. Sorry, I opened the old ones. 2011 ones. Say 49 something, 43 foot 3 inches. So it's a very big difference. So one is right, because the layout looks the same. So it's not like the building changed. It's somebody made a mistake. One of the answers is right. And in which event that'll be like, we have to note that as a correction. You know, there was an error and the error needed to be corrected.
All right, I will get that. So I see what you're saying. It's like 43 to 57. Okay. With all the other plans, I'll get the dimension clarified.
The second thing is, I don't know, I may have a notation about, you're not in a coastal zone, right? You didn't have to do a WRP?
No, so that's really more like internal question. That's more
okay,
of
I'm
a
sorry.
question about whether WRP ever gets involved in, I don't know, who knows? Things become coastal zones, WRP may have a reason to look. It was just thrown out there. And I just want to make sure we don't lose the thread. Yeah,
Okay,
Vice Chair.
I just noted it. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I'm just looking at the previously approved plan and I zoomed in. That dimension is 43 foot 3 inches.
I know.
I think is that the dimension you're referring?
There's two different dimensions. One's showing it 57 feet on the new drawing and 43 on the previously approved plans. One of them is either right or they're both wrong or whatever, but we need to know what's the right answer. The 12 foot 9 is a consistent dimension. And I assume the building didn't get bigger because the layout's identical. And even the amount of sort of parking spaces looks the same, unless it did get bigger and reduced in number of parking spaces. So hold on a second. So in the previously approved plans, you had 4 parking spaces across. And in the proposed, the most recent.
It's still 4 across.
So yeah, so it's still 4 across. So can't be off by 13 feet. Right?
Something happened with the dimension one way or another, and I'll get clarification from the project architect. But I will state affirmatively, there's been no enlargement to the building, so it's a dimension here.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I don't see anyone in the waiting room with their hand up. If you want to speak on this application, you raise your Zoom hand. There's still that same phone number. I see Commissioner Sheta, just one second. There's still one phone number in, last 3 digits, 886. If you'd like to speak on this application, raise your Zoom hand by *9 on your phone. Yeah, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Dale, on the page 5, sheet 5, the part plan, it says sales. I understand there is not going to be any sales. So if you can just remove this and make it waiting or something. Same thing for the site plans where it says existing sales, just switch it to waiting, just to avoid like any future issues.
We can call it lobby.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, done.
Vice Chair? Go ahead.
All right, okay, so now I realize I was reviewing the plan dated 3/24/2021, which had the dimension that matched the previous. I didn't review the latest submission, 7/29/2021. That's where you have the 57. I see where it is.
Okay. All right. So I think because these are only cosmetic changes to the drawings, we can close this. Yes, everyone okay with that? All right, so
Yes.
I'd like,
Okay.
right? Are we good? All right, so I'd like to. Oh, no, sorry. Before I do that, how much time do you need?
Maybe, let's say 2 weeks. I think the plans will be fast, but I don't know for this DEC report, it might take a little more time. So maybe a little bit of a buffer just to make sure.
Okay.
It'll
That
probably
you
be
can-
faster, but
Yeah, I think you just go online, you
Okay.
download the data.
Yeah, I believe so.
So, okay. All right, so a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
We can't
Commissioner
hear you.
Shetta, Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify for the transcript, if there ever was one, Commissioner Sheta said aye at the same time as someone coughed.
Oh, that was me. Yeah, sorry.
Should I repeat it?
Yeah, why not?
My vote was aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I really wish someone had coughed again.
Okay, let's move on. Item number 34, 29099 BZ, 97 Greenwich Avenue, Manhattan. Let me swear you in again. Mr. Dale, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm. So I did listen to review session and understood, I think that the core questions were that the board was raising. I'll just speak to a few things, hopefully answer questions and be able to respond to any issues that remain outstanding. Just to clarify, I think that there was some discussion about this. The reason that this application is required is because the size, and I'm going to call health and fitness establishments HFEs. So the application is required because the size of this HFE is greater than 10,000 square feet. And therefore, it would only be allowed as of right under the new text amendment in C2 or higher commercial districts. It wouldn't be allowed as of right in C1 district. So that's why this application would need to be maintained as a variance, regardless of the extension into the residential district. Just to clarify, there is a portion at, I would say, the rear of the site, the west of the site, that is in a residential district, but the commercial overlay extends 100 feet and the lot, I believe, is only 118 feet, so it would be within 25 feet. But it's moot as far as the HFE because it wouldn't be allowed in either of these districts. And that goes back to the original variance was required because the special permit under 7336 was not allowed in C16 districts. I think it's only C18 and higher. This was a movie theater that at the time when it was originally established, the movie theater became the PCE and they enlarged it to add the two upper floors. And Commissioner Otley Brown raised a question about the zoning floor area and the gross floor area. And I understand where that confusion's coming up with the statement and the plans. Maybe just a terminology that was incorrect in the statement, but the short of it is it's 3,988 zoning floor area square feet. And the 40,769 was the addition of the cellar. So the cellar plus the zoning floor area. The term gross was incorrectly used in the statement because that would have included the deductions. But the short of it is it's 40,769 square feet of HFE floor area, 31,988 is the zoning floor area, we can make that.
No. Let's a PCE floor area, not of HFE floor area. That's the part where it's tricky, right?
Okay.
Counted everything because PCE didn't have a use group.
That's true.
Now that there's a use group for the HFE, it's 31,988 for the HFE, and then you've got ever in the cellar.
Right.
The
That's
plans-
correct.
The
Yes.
plans say 43,000 and change of gross square footage. That's what.
Right. That's the.
That's what I wanted reconcile.
That's the clarification, right? Now, I know that one of the discussions that came up, one of the key ones was with respect to the term, and we would appreciate, if it could be done something to eliminate the term. I do understand the valid concerns that are being brought up, especially like with the use group 9 banquet hall. The one thing that was a little confusing to me is there was a lot of discussion about use group 12, but it's my understanding that the 2 new HFE designations, the primary ones, are use group 6 and use group 9, not use group 12.
Sorry, you're absolutely right. It should have been use group 9. Sorry,
Okay.
my mistake.
That's fine.
I started.
And there's a small provision for also a use group 14 when it's related to, like, I think a boating facility, but I don't think that applies in this case. So it's use group 9 and use group 6. Section 5236 of the zoning resolution would allow an as of right change generally to use group 7 to 9, which I know would raise one of the questions that the board's coming up with. I've spoken to the operator and owner, and they're fine. We're open to any condition that the board may want to put on a grant should they grant this application. Because I know, for PCE applications, we used to have that no change in ownership or operating control of the PCE without prior application of the BSA.
Right.
We either or, I don't know if one allows a different type thing, but we'd agree to no change in use, or if the board wanted to say no change in ownership, which would kind of catch a change to banquet hall, tangentially. I don't know if that's something the board would want to consider also, if that is an option, but whichever path, we're very agreeable to those conditions if that would allow for an elimination of the term.
I think, and again, because under the HFEs, there's no control of the owner. Controlling the owner through our variance wouldn't be necessary. It's the use that shouldn't, right? And thank you for picking up the use group 9. My apologies. Late night viewing. So the simplest would be just to say no change in use, and then we don't have to think about it anymore. And we won't, if there's so many different gyms all the time. Equinox happily survived all of this terribleness, but you never know if then the owners want to go off and do some move to Florida and do something else.
So that's, and just to clarify, I don't want to write it on the fly here, but it could say something like no change in use without board approval, which would leave open the door for letter approval as opposed to an application. Because I think that in certain instances might be appropriate going forward.
Right.
And the only other thing is I was actually speaking with the operator. We would just hope, we don't anticipate it to be an issue. But if the board in a resolution, if it's issued, could say, extend the term and make special to note massage therapy, because one of the things that, our office used to deal with a lot of PCEs. And one of the things that's happening with a lot of these as of right PCEs is that massage therapy used to be folded into these PCE special permits. And now the new text amendment has massage therapy thrown in with ambulatory and diagnostic treatment as a use group 6, right?
6B, isn't it?
6, yeah. So the massage is really split off into its own lane, as it were. And one of the confusions that's happening, or one of the confusions they anticipate, is that it used to be you would get a certificate of occupancy and it would have the PCE special permit, and you didn't necessarily need to specify massage therapy because it was considered part of the whole, right? But now this might be a situation where some of these operators have concerns because they're going to have a use group 9 and a use group 6 potentially for some of these larger facilities. And the use group 6 needs to be specified differently because it's massage therapy, because now it's under ambulatory. So I don't want to fight
Yeah.
that fight or deal with that now, but maybe for this particular application, because massage therapy was previously done, if a resolution is forthcoming, there could be note that this is an extension of term of the prior grant, which includes massage therapy by licensed New York State therapists.
Okay. That's interesting, because the other thing that's strange about all of this now, and it's so funny, when city planning was proposing the text amendment, we kept saying to them, no, you need to look deeper at this because there's going to be so many problems with this elimination of the special permit. And they were like, nah, we're good.
I was here, you could have given me a call. I would have happily pro bono given them a sounding board to talk about all the potential issues. So
we said, no, you have to look at what happens if it's a PC that's bigger than 10,000 square feet and a C1. What are they supposed to do? Go out of business? And so it's like, all right. So, but what I want to say, what's weird about that one is this is a C16 where use group 6 is allowed as of right. So and I don't believe that there's a limitation on size for your massage activities, right? Massage therapy.
How's this? I don't, from a legal perspective, I don't anticipate any issues, but if it's not of special difficulty for the board, if it's included in the resolution, it might smooth this particular instance. So I just put that forth as something to consider if possible.
Yeah, no, there's no problem. And we're doing this. We have a couple of other applications that are also much more, in your case, because this building is so much larger than would have been allowed as of right, I don't see how this stops being a variance. But we have another case where you could have gone, the applicant could have gone to DOB and make an argument that that it becomes this existing non-conforming condition that should be allowed to continue. But because we don't know what DOB is going to say, we're like, let's just keep it as a variance so that the owner isn't confronted with some terrible result. So until this gets worked out in the wash, we have a lot of these kinds of things. Yeah, we can add that. All right. All right, then. Did we already go to the public on this? No.
No.
Okay, so let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 29099 BZ, 97 Greenwich Avenue, Manhattan. This is the Equinox gym. If you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. You must enter the webinar ID number, which is 923-4830-3483#. You will then be asked to enter the participant ID number, which you're not required to do. Press pound. And once you're in the Zoom room, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. If you're already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay.
And this is only for 29099 BZ, nothing else.
Right. Okay, so there are a bunch of things that we did need submitted, right? But none of them. I'm just going to go through my notes and other commissioners if there's anything else. You'll clarify about as you just discussed at the beginning, Mr. Dale. Oh, and I see Chief Daly's hand up. So go ahead.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I do apologize to you and to the board. I have been unable to submit a letter of no objection on this application. These premises, they are current with their permits for public assembly, for the fire alarm, the sprinkler, and standpipe. Therefore, we have no objection. Thank you. And I will be submitting my letter later this week. I've been busy with Bess.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So so now let me just go back. I'm going to summarize. So at the beginning, Mr. Dale, you went through why this still needs a variance and why it's not as of right. Please do that. Clarify the size of the zoning lot with respect to that extra 25 feet so that we know that it would have been treated as a C16 had this worked. We'll discuss among staff about or let's say staff will discuss about how we designate this as use group 6 or use group 9, whatever. Also, sorry.
We'll clarify we'll clarify the floor area for the facility, cellar and above ground, as far as its zoning floor area above ground and just cellar area below. The previous resolution said 31. Well, how's this? We'll clarify it how you want. The previous resolution referenced 31,988 of zoning floor area and then said an additional 8781 in the cellar. I know the plans include the gross floor area with the deductions. I don't know. Do you want me to spell it all out? I mean, we'll put whatever you want in the cover letter, I guess, is basically.
I think it's the same way. I mean, if you're talking about zoning floor area,
Okay.
that's the FE floor area. And then the floor space in the cellar is whatever it is associated with this activity. And then, and you're doing the zoning calculation. So if you're using deductions, I don't know if you're not using mechanical deductions, right? It was just the cellar versus not the cellar.
Now, the plans have, they've historically had these mechanical deductions on them where it lists the gross area of the whole building. So what I can do is I can specify the HFE zoning floor area, the floor space in the cellar, and note that there's no changes from the prior approval.
Mm-hmm.
And put that at the cover letter. Okay.
And so, yeah, so it's also update the statement of facts, so it all matches. Whichever thing is wrong, one of those things they all have to match, right?
Exactly. However you discuss it, just have the same numbers in both places.
That I could do.
We knew you could. Okay.
That's not too big of a bar for me. All right.
I'm just looking if they switch. All right. I didn't see any other notes. Did I leave something out? Anybody?
Commissioner Sheta, you saw the interior photos?
No.
Oh,
I think they were submitted Thursday or Friday.
Oh, maybe the folder I have is an old one.
yeah.
Yeah, they were submitted February 24th.
Okay.
February 24th, I see them. Yeah, that's the thing, is a lot of stuff gets submitted after, for example, project manager will say, please submit, and then it's submitted after, so. Okay, all right, so I think we can therefore close this. How much time to submit? Did you tell me this?
3 hours. Let's go crazy. End of the week.
1 week to submit, okay. All right, so based on 1 week to submit, a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
The next item is item number 35, 11101BZ, 901 Ditmas Avenue, Brooklyn.
It's 9001.
Is it 9001? I can't even see anymore. Sorry.
9001.
9001 Ditmas Avenue, Brooklyn.
Perfect.
Ms. Polidare, is the only one?
No, there should be a James Tallarico.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay, so,
Ready?
yeah.
Are
we'll
you,
swear.
please unmute Mr. Tallarico? You hear me?
Still muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I
Yes.
can
Yeah.
hear you. Okay, good.
Sorry, it had to upload me into join me as an attendant. Sorry about that.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
I
do.
do.
Okay, please proceed, Ms. Fuller.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. Me and James and I watched the from the review session, and we will go through the comments together. So and James is the Senior Director for Development for Ownership of this Wendy's. Okay. So first, before the community board meeting, we did notify neighbors because opportunity for them to have any comments, and we did not hear any negative comments from neighbors, but we're happy to contact, because we heard your comments about the tenant versus the owner, all the surrounding adjoining neighbors, and see if they have any comments on this application. So that's the first thing. For hours of operation, oh, sorry.
No,
Sorry.
Just to clarify what we mean by that, because we were concerned that there might be tenants who won't receive notice. So if notice can actually be like either slipped on under the door or posted to the front door. So to make sure that tenants receive it.
So we'll do that for the adjoining neighbors, directly adjoining neighbors, so they can.
I would say, yeah, this is only
those were
about
the ones the board seemed concerned.
This is only about directly adjoining. It's not we're talking about a 200-foot radius or something. It's about, let's say, 2 or 3 houses down from the property line on both streets, okay, on Remsen and on 91st. Okay.
Fair enough. Should we take a photo or show anything that we have posted it to that neighbor so you have confirmation?
Yes, yeah, that's right. So what you do is there's a mailing that will be, just one second, there's a mailing that's sent out to the adjoining owners based on their mailing addresses. But then when you physically post to the buildings, take a photograph of the, posted underneath the address, and take a photograph with the thing posted underneath the address, assuming it's on the house. The address is on the actual house. Maybe it's not, I don't know, but something like that. So, okay.
Like a nail and mail, You know what I mean, Elise, nail and mail.
Yeah.
Not a nail.
Got it. Thank you. So are we good to move on to the next comment? Everybody good? Okay. For hours of operation, Wendy's now serves breakfasts, so we'd like to be from 6:30 a.m. to 1 a.m. daily. However, the 11 p.m. was correct per the last approval. They closed the main restaurant at 11 p.m. and then chain it off. And that was per the last resolution. So not the main restaurant is closed at 11 p.m.
Wait. So in a prior resolution, I don't remember if it's the one right before this or the one before that, without looking it up. It said that because the restaurant was open, because the drive-in is now open so late, it wasn't possible to cordon off the parking area because it sort of conflicts with it. So I don't actually understand how that works, because you've got the drive-through and a bypass lane. So that means there's no more bypass lane? Like, how could that work?
James, do you want to explain how that works? Or
From my understanding is it's the actual parking spaces themselves, not necessarily the drive aisle and the bypass lane.
Because it said that upon closure of the restaurant at 11 p.m., the parking areas of the site shall be chained off by restaurant staff so that no vehicles access to the areas is possible, and the chain shall be visible to drivers at night in accordance with the note on the board approved plans. And that was February 1st, 2005.
So can you show on the drawings where this chain actually is and what it's closing off? Because I'm not understanding how this works. Because if I'm waiting online and then I may do, and maybe I change my mind, or everyone's screaming in the back row, or I don't know what. So where is the chain? Like, how do I get out?
The chain is here. It says 4-link chain link fence.
So the chain's there, but that doesn't close the parking area off because you can still get into the parking area from the drive-through.
I think what it does is it closes those rearmost parking spaces off, the ones that are closest to the residents. When I did my site visit, I saw the signs exactly where they're being indicated right now. There are 2 signs.
There's a sign here.
And then there
There's a
was,
sign
there's
here.
one
Sorry. And a
to
sign.
the east, the southeast, I believe, also.
Yeah, I think there is one that is running parallel to the building that's on lot 13, the parking spaces all the way in the back. So there were 2 of them. So the one that is running parallel to Ditmars along the back, and another one parallel to 91st Street, cordoning of those 2 parking areas that are closest to the residential areas.
Right. Oh, and I see. So there's a chain here, like it goes across it, and a chain that goes across it here.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think you could still pass by and drive away
Yeah,
if you
'cause
don't want to wait in line.
So it just closes off the parking areas.
Right.
Okay, so could the owner's rep work with you to show exactly where the chains are located and when, at what time they're installed? Because it's really not clear. Okay.
11 p.m.
It's on the plan.
Are the chains clearly shown on the drawings?
The place where the places where they go are the sign is, but we can do a line across if that helps.
Yes, of course, it's to show which way do the chains go. How does that work, right?
Yeah, but the places, the bollards where the sign is and they attach to are shown currently on the plans.
Okay, please just show where the chains extend.
So, now that we have the plans open, Commissioner Chanda, can you just
Before you do that, you said that the hours are 6:30 a.m. to 1 a.m. Isn't that what you just said?
Yeah, with the restaurant closed off at 11 p.m.
But
For
before
the drive-through.
the approval previously was 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Are you saying you're not using that anymore?
Oh, here, 1 a.m. So it was all garbage. The hours of operation shall be 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. James, you want to keep the 2 a.m. and the 3 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. That was I was sorry. I read it off of this one. The October 2006 does 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Yeah, so now we want 6:30 a.m., but the restaurant will still be closed at 11 p.m.
So basically the site is 21 hours. Right?
Yeah, except for the parking and the main restaurant.
Right. So, okay, let's continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to the plans. Okay. Commissioner Chanda asked about extending, I believe this is what she was asking about, extending, showing the parking past the pedestrian, this area, right? Like the pedestrian walk. Can you explain?
Yes.
Can you blow that up more? Can you make this drawing larger? It's really hard to see on the screen. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. Does that help? Is that good?
Yes. So the line that is shown on this one, you can see all the 10. It's if you go to drawing number 2 and subsequent drawings, that's where
why isn't it go there?
Yeah. Just there. So the line kind of ends where it says pickup window.
Where does it say pickup window?
Where the arrow is.
I think you're referring to the striping that's in.
Yes. Yes.
So are you looking for us to extend the striping? Is that what you're looking for?
Just extend the pickup line, the pickup area, just demarcate that on the plan to show that the reservoir area can hold 10 spaces and that 10 spaces it goes all the way to the end of the building, right? Otherwise you will have people waiting in line that may extend into Ditmars.
That's fine. So, but what, even if we show them on the plans, do you also want us to update the actual site itself and extend the striping?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
because in your photographs, it does not show that.
No, it doesn't. So yeah, we can do that. That's not an issue.
Yeah. I mean,
Thank
that
you for
goes to the root cause of the finding. You have to show 10 reservoir spaces, and if you don't show it, then there are vehicles that will be backing up onto Ditmas entranceway.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Can you show, I'm sorry, I see Commissioner Shed's hand up, but just 1 second. Can you show where the 10 reservoir spaces are? I don't know where they are. They're in that drive up,
1,
right?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, so in other words, where that so one of the reservoir spaces, Vice Chair, you're saying is sitting right on top of the crosswalk? Is that?
That is not the concern. The concern is that when you look at the photographs and the drawings, the pickup lane, typically in all the drawings and as built condition, there is a separate solid line that is drawn on the plan and marked on the asphalt, indicating where the pickup lane is. That's all.
What's that have to do with the reservoir spaces?
Well, that's where the reservoir spaces, that's where the 10 reservoir spaces would be contained. Otherwise, people will be backing up onto Ditmars.
What?
Right.
I think she wanted to clearly demarcate where the reservoir spaces is so people don't do that. If there's clear signage lines on it, then people will actually stay within the 10.
Right.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Maybe you could do a sketch and give that to the project manager, and then that project manager could forward that to Ms. Fullader. I really don't understand.
I think what she's trying to explain is the striping that's shown on the plans. If you look to the plan right of the access drive that's shown for the ADA spaces, the striping ends before the actual 10-car queuing is. So I think we're being asked to just extend that striping so that it can encapsulate all 10 spaces, all 10 cars queuing.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think if you look at photo view number 6, that shows where that line is starting.
Ah, sorry. There, see it?
View 6.
This is view 5, sorry.
Yeah.
View 6.
All right.
So instead of the striping going to the rear corner of the building, it's going to go to the front corner of the building.
Yeah.
I don't really understand what you mean. How is this different from the way we usually see the striping?
Well, we typically would see the striping extending all the way to encompass all 10 reservoir parking spaces as shown in the plan. And right now, where it ends, it only would provide for 8 reservoir spaces, and the 2 are kind of lagging behind because there is a walkway for the ADA access there, and so it's contained in the other way, on the other side, next to the walkway. So this is just to make it very clear for everybody.
I mean,
all right. Well,
we
know
get
what?
it.
I think the applicant understands it.
Yep, it's not an issue. It's just additional traffic striping to, designate where the cars queuing for the drive-through lane should be, so that they're not blocking the actual entranceway off of Ditmas.
Yeah.
Okay, so I do see, now that I'm looking, because it's really hard for me to see the drawing on that screen, so I'm looking at it blown up on another screen. I do see that when you, if I don't know if you enter from Ditmas or you only exit. You enter
do both.
From
both.
All right. When you enter from Ditmas, there's potentially cars right there in front of you. And then, right, so how is that, I guess that's my question. how is that the reservoir space if it's not possible to join on the queue?
It is.
They would have to circulate around the building and then get into the queue behind them.
Oh, I see.
So
But that's not-
there's still the bypass lane all the way through. You know, since it's one-way direction, there shouldn't be an issue. If there was a car, say, stacked behind the access striping for the pedestrians, they would have to go into Ditmas's entrance, make the right, go around the entire building, and then queue behind the next car.
But they're not gonna do that, really, right? They're gonna just try to cut ahead and get into the lane from the parking lot. They're not really gonna drive all the way around the building.
Well, they would have to if they wanted to get into the line.
And this has been operating like this for 20 years, and that's.
No, I know. So that's the real issue for me is if it's been operating like this, has there been any issue with backup to Ditmas? I want to recognize Commissioner Shetta. I'm sorry, you've had your hand up a long time. I didn't see.
My point actually is about hours. My understanding is that they are asking us to modify the hours. The latest would be 9 p.m. with the drive-through. This is what the statement facts mentioned on page 5 of 9, the very top paragraph, amendment to legalize the change of operating hours. It says on March 2nd, 2020, the Windows changed the hour of operation for the drive-through from 6:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. This is for breakfast. So I'm not sure. And at the end of that paragraph says this application seeks to legalize the change in operation hours for the drive-through. So are we asking to start like 6:30? This is for the start, and then keep the close at 2 a.m.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we talked about before. But what no one said anything about is if you go from 6:30 to 9, the original hours were from 10 to 2 a.m. So there's this hour missing. So that's a mistake.
The hour missing is the employees would stay and transition to the next to add a breakfast because they're not going to serve breakfast. Correct, James?
No, we would be open at 6. We would never close the restaurant.
No, I'm not saying close. I'm saying in that period, don't you only serve breakfast from 6:30 to, that's why we asked that. And then you stop serving breakfast.
Yes, there's a transition, but there's still, we're not going to physically.
No,
I think what the board's asking is they want clarity to know that if we open at 6:30, the restaurant's going to remain open all the way till 2 a.m. Is that the question?
Yeah.
No, it's not the restaurant. We're only concerned about the drive-through, and it makes no sense that you'd be closing.
I'm sorry. Yes, the drive-through. Yes, the drive-through. That's correct.
Yeah. So that needs to be corrected on the materials. I see someone's hand up, but we're not admitting the public yet. So let's, you have to wait until we go to the public and then you can raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Okay, please continue.
So we were on 2 different things. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page for the drive-through lane portion first on the queuing. Are you okay with us extending the striping? We don't have an issue either way. I don't think we've had issues from an operational standpoint of cars backing up and queuing onto Ditmas. At least not that I'm aware of. But I don't see the harm in extending the striping. It only is going to help if there were to be a potential issue.
I'm indifferent. This is really, if the other commissioners think it's helpful, I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm indifferent.
I will let it go.
I have no issue with it.
Okay.
What'd you say? Sorry.
I'm okay with it.
You're okay with whichever?
Whichever they choose, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay. I guess I'll move on to the next issue. So asphalt, in the spring, they redo the asphalt because the weather needs to be, a certain level in order to do asphalting. So they will redo that in the spring. Not a problem. And the spring is coming up. banners will be removed. I heard that comment, not a problem.
But can I just clarify on the pavement? We'll just be
Okay.
patching the areas that are damaged, not necessarily a complete replacement of the entire parking lot.
Yeah, no, so normally we don't even ask for replacement. It's usually a skim coat so that it like freshens it up and fills in the cracks as opposed to you having to grind it down. I don't know if this is in really bad shape and you need to grind it. Commissioner Shea, did you see that it's in bad shape?
Yes, I did. One second.
I think I know what he's going to allude to. There's a lot of potholes and cracking and alligatoring, and those arees would be cut out and replaced.
Give me one second. Yeah, I'm not sure if you see that.
I do.
This.
Yep.
This.
Might as well do it all.
Yeah, it's multiple areas. So you're gonna need to do a lot, actually.
That's fine. We'll repair the parking lot accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Next issue. We will do more information on substantial prejudice as you asked for. Also, I checked our record. We submitted the CO, but we can submit it again, not a problem. We discussed the collapsed chain link fence. We'll have the maintenance crew take a look at that. Signage drawings, we will provide with more detail. And then with the sound testing, we will speak with our sound consultants and have them review this hearing and provide a cover letter addressing your comments, in addition to the fact that we're going to talk to the neighbors directly around us. And then landscaping, there was a discussion about speaking to that neighbor directly along East 91st Street. We would be happy to do that and have a conversation. It felt a little mixed on the board of what to do about landscaping.
I don't know. It's not so much you speaking to the neighbor. It's notifying the neighbor to about this hearing so that the neighbor can provide testimony to us. Okay.
Understood, but there was a mix of whether the neighbor might want all this work done or not.
Of course. So
Yeah.
This is where we will then be able to speak to the neighbor to see what the neighbor thinks about life in this location adjacent to this busy use.
Mhm.
And I'd rather them give testimony to us rather than testimony to neighbors, to the business, because yeah, that's potentially fraught conversation and I want them to feel free to speak to them. Okay.
Understand. And then James does these a lot, so he knows about lighting. He can put in, we discussed shielding, and we can go back and look deeper at the lighting.
I think there was there was two discussions. There was one on the actual, I think it was the lighting closest to the closest resident. I think there was some lighting overspill to the rear of their property. Is that what the concern was? Because I think all the other lighting was okay.
So it shows lighting levels along the side and it's what's known as the side lot line and the rear of that adjacent property that fronts on 91st Street. It's
Yep.
both fence surrounding 91st Street property where the lumen levels were higher than 0, which they cannot be.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Shea?
And of course, we're talking about something that's being computer modeled. I'm not sure if these are actual measurements. Are they?
They weren't computer modeled. We actually sent somebody out there to take the lighting levels so that it was accurate.
Oh, okay. And
So-
you didn't do the on and off probably because there's like no lighting source that's coming out of the site?
No, there really wasn't on the rear portion of that property.
It helps you if you believe that.
I know it
you have
does. I think the light that's in question was is at the corner of the property that's closest to the home on 91st Street. And I don't think it has a house shield on it, which obviously should be able to eliminate that lighting overspill onto that property. So we'll have to address that and get back to you on it. But I think that will address the concern.
Okay. Yeah, Chair, may I add something else regarding the maneuverability plan? Yeah, in the maneuverability plan, you can see that it allows for cars coming from Detmas to in onto the site, crossing this double solid line. Please add this typical note. I believe we've mentioned this note before or comment before, put it on the drawing, that that maneuverability plan is not supposed to, like the approval of this plan is not supposed to allow for any illegal turn or some kind of language like that on the plan, just in case.
Do you understand the comment?
I do not.
So the issue is we've had debates about whether you're allowed to cross a double yellow line, and we don't get into what the official DOT rules are, but the point being that when you show a maneuverability diagram, it's not that we're sanctioning any kind of illegal access to the site. So there needs to be a note saying the maneuverability from the street system is for informational purposes only, and BSA makes no representation about the legality of the access. Words to that effect.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any other comments unless I was missing something that you guys have.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I actually have one question in regarding the sound study, just so we can address everything that you're concerning. And I know Elise and myself spoke about it after your review. I just want to make sure we convey to our professionals exactly what you're looking for, so we don't have to do it twice for you. Because I know sometimes things can get lost in translation. So I heard some of the concerns were, I guess the sound points that were provided along the property line. Is there something additional you're looking for, just so I can understand for my own edification?
Yeah, so to make it as simple as possible without talking about it in kind of sound engineer terms, there's a resident, in fact, several who live adjacent to this property. And it's what we can tell from the photos and site visits, there is nothing to stop the sound from propagating onto their backyards or their open windows. The fence is low, it's not an acoustical fence, and there's only one area where there's actually dense shrubbery, which we've been told by sound engineers actually has no impact on sound propagation.
Okay.
But so you're sitting, and I always do it like this. Imagine you're sitting in the backyard or on the porch of the building on 91st Street. And the question is, can you hear? And it's not about whether, city environmental quality review standards or whatever say. The question is, can you hear the orders being taken from the menu board, even if you can't tell whether it's a cheeseburger or a chicken sandwich? Can you hear the voices? You should not hear the voices. And then we have other concerns that, I don't know about whether there are radios playing, even though you have a sign that says, please turn down your radio. We've dealt with a number of these drive-throughs, where the impact on the neighbors is dramatic. Life is misery living next to the drive-throughs sometimes. And that's when ownership doesn't take care to make sure that the headlights and the sound from the car radios and people ordering and so on is not heard from by the neighbors. And we even also have, because you have a late night pickup of trash, we've also had complaints on another case about late night trash pickup, where in the middle of the night, people are almost like thrown out of bed by the dumpster crashing into the pickup machine. So those are the things that we're looking at. And one reason why we want you to reach out to the neighbors. We were able on one very problematic site to come up with all kinds of methods for mitigating those impacts, where the neighbors said that it's a problem for them. Other neighbors may not care, not find it's a problem. They live in a busy neighborhood, whatever, but we don't know the answer without hearing it from the neighbors. So that's what we're talking about. But the noise study that was provided only measured noise to a blank wall. It didn't measure the noise where the wall, where there was no wall. And it didn't measure noise, for instance, into the backyard. So it's not a representative sample of what it is the property owner next door or the resident of the building next door will experience. So it's
do we
like
need to gain access to the property owner's property in order to do that? Because I'm just saying that could be problematic. I'm not saying we won't.
No, not necessarily. You can be either measuring right at the top of the fence. That's one way of doing it. And another way is, you know, a little extender with a meter. So you don't necessarily have to stand there in the middle of the property, but you do have to make an effort to indicate, to learn what the sound levels are when there's no wall that just stops it right there. Commissioner Sheta.
Yeah, probably like 2-3 feet right and left.
Oops.
You're muted.
I'm sorry, I muted you by mistake. I meant to lower your hand and I hit the.
That's
Sorry, there you
go. Probably 2 or 3 feet right and left of that wall. I totally understand there is a reason that why they picked the two ends of the wall, because they are the closest to the source. I understand that. But if you shift 2 feet or 3 feet to the right and same to the left, the distance is not going to be changed dramatically. This is one of the issues. So take readings beyond the wall, so you eliminate this reflection issue. The other thing is they are basing the analysis in the sound study on what they call it maximum volume and typical volume. I'm not sure what is the percentage wise, like how much time they operate on the maximum versus how much time on the typical. So I would base the entire analysis based on the maximum volume. If you do that, actually that like the difference or the increase beyond the ambient level could be like as much as 12 dB, which is a lot. So they need to consider looking at this study based on the maximum volume, not just the typical volume. And if there is a problem, we can look into resolutions.
Okay. We'll go back and have our professional take care of those things. And also we're going to reach out to the homeowner. Would it be prudent to have them present at the next meeting? So if there are more professional questions to answer that, again, I know how to make sound. I don't know how to actually study it. So that's why we hire these people to do it. So I want to be able to, you know, at least provide whatever needs to be on the record in order to satisfy what you're looking for, because we do understand it and we're not here to push back on any of it. I just want to make sure we do it properly for you and do it right the first time.
always, whenever you have experts and also whoever did the drawings, they should always be at the hearings. So that, you know, when I'm making a comment about clarification on a drawing, it should go to the person who does the drawing, not to a person who tells the person who tells a person who does the drawing. So ditto for the experts. Okay.
Not a problem.
Sound engineer. And it seems like we don't have an issue really with lighting, but to the extent lighting measurements need to be taken. I just want to clarify on the lighting measurements. Our concern is propagation of lighting onto the neighboring property. So you don't need to take measurements, you know, all the way around the site, but directly onto the neighboring property. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, again, it's that one, if I remember correctly, it's the one light that's adjacent to the house closest to us on 91st Street, where was we had the spillage, the light spillage. I think everything else was okay. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Well, you can see on the lighting, you could see it on the light plan where it's over, and I'm not sure what the source is, but you can see it's all along that 191st Street house. Okay, all along the entire border fence.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Vice Chair, you have your hand up?
No, I will let at the next hearing, let the sound engineer speak to this, because what I was comforted by was the fact that per our administrative code, we have asked the applicants to test the volume of the speakers at no less than 84 dBA. And here, I believe the applicant achieved the maximum at 80 dBA because that's where the that is the highest output level it is set at. So it's already starting 2 decibel level less than what is maximum allowed. So when your engineer does come and speak, I would like to also get a clarification on that and how that also helps or hurts your case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Based on my
All right.
reading, I think it helps your case, but yeah, I think your engineer needs to explain that.
Okay, Tony, yeah, Tony, you want to add something?
Just, I don't know, maybe I missed it. Did you say whether you had 1 or 2 menu boards and both function?
All right,
One-
thank you.
One's a pre-sale board, so it doesn't have any sound. It's just lit up for like promotion deals. So anything that's new that Wendy's introduces, they put that on what they call a pre-sale board. So it's the board you see before you actually order. So
It's no speakers on that one. Okay.
correct. That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Tony, for picking that up. How she does that, I don't know. Okay.
I'm trying to get all the notes I can.
Yeah, but okay. All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 11101BZ 9001 Ditmas Avenue, Brooklyn. The colon number is 646-558-8656. You'll enter the webinar ID number, which is 923-4830-3483#. You will then be instructed to enter a participant ID number. You do not have to enter that number, just press pound. Once you're in the Zoom room, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute so that you may speak. If you are already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay, so I believe we had one person with her hand up. It's Alexander Bakaridin. I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. We'll allow her to talk.
There's a Joan Alexander?
Yes,
Oh,
Joan
yeah.
Alexander Bakaridin. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I am Joan Alexander Bakaridin, Chairperson for Community Board 17. Thank you for convening this meeting today and for sending out notice so that we were included. I have heard many matters leading up to this one regarding 9001 Ditmas Avenue. Thank you also for the updates to the improvements that will be made or have been required to be made. You have touched on my point, but I wanted to amplify it nonetheless around the sound propagation that is inherent to such a location, whether it's the horn honking, the orders being made. So now when we drop the time to 6 a.m., those are sometimes peak sleeping hours. So I wanted us to be conscious of that fact as well, and what it means when we, yes, repair the parking lot, yes, do all the other improvements to the specific location, but also to be concerned and considerate of what the result of the sound. The group has indeed presented in front of our community board. We have provided our recommendations and our findings, but I just wanted to make sure that we amplified still that concept of sound propagation and the impact to the surrounding area as we consider the approval of this particular matter. So thank you so much for listening to me. Yes, go ahead.
May I ask, have any of the neighbors stated any complaints when you were at the community board?
They did come to the community board, absolutely, because we required a hyperlocal engagement of the community, and community members came to the board and of course opined regarding the sound, regarding the horn honking that occurs infrequently, but frequent enough where it is an issue, the sound of the orders that are being placed at the drive-through, the impact of like traffic patterns, etc. But this particular location has been there for many years, so you become aware and create mechanisms to mitigate any inconvenience that surrounds the cars that come through there. But the consistent theme was around the quality of life, the sound that carries, just a lot of concern around the sounding, because every time as I'm sitting here thinking about the input that we did receive, those were the themes that came forward.
Can I ask you, please, and thank you so much for your patience. I saw your name up on the screen for a long time, so thank you for staying with us. I'm looking at the community board resolution, and it just simply says the following item was voted on and approved by the community board, and there's no explanation, or there's no minutes or anything. Is it possible for us to get, I don't know if your hearings are recorded or we're on YouTube or something, where we could actually hear the testimony of the neighbors? Is that possible?
I will make a note so is it what I can do? Well, there's no way for me to drop my email in the chat or otherwise for us to engage on this matter, because we could indeed provide the minutes regarding the moment where this was brought before the board, absolutely, for specific clarity, but there's no way for me to drop. Hello?
Yeah. So
okay, I'm sorry. I just clicked on something to see if I had that access, and then it cleared my screen. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Yes, if there was a way for me to drop my email in the chat, I would be happy to do so that we can engage on this particular item for you to get the specifics that you're seeking.
The project manager is Darrell Ruffin. Do you want to give him that email address, Madam Chair?
Or is there a way, Joan, I was at the community board meeting, I presented. Yes. Do you have my email? Are you just the CB, or do I have your email?
No, but so I would like it to go directly to the board.
Yeah.
So,
but I was going to say, if I have it, I could send it to the board. That's all I was going to say.
You probably do. It's a chairperson email.
Okay. I was just trying to be helpful because I was at the community.
Yes, if you can go ahead.
Normally, for the testimony, for written testimony, like you might have written minutes of the meeting, which we're going to need some time to digest anyway. And by the way, I don't know if you heard this part, we would like the neighbors, the immediate neighbors, to be notified of this hearing, normally for extensions of term. The immediate neighbors are not notified, but with drive-throughs, we require the neighbors to be notified, and actually notes, in this case, posted on their doors in case they're not the property owners. So there'll be certainly another hearing where neighbors will have an opportunity to speak if they so choose. But to the extent
that's a great requirement, because that's what we did with at the community board. We required Wendy's, and they did do the hyperlocal engagement to get the members, the neighbors out. But I think it would be valuable for you to hear from the community directly as well.
Right. So what I would like to do is, if you could send any written minutes of the community board, and to the extent that sometimes some community boards send us an actual link to their hearings because they record them like we're doing now with the YouTube video. If you could send that to submit@bsa.nyc.gov.
So I've got submit at Bill Sam Alice. .nyc, so New York City .gov.
Yes, correct. Awesome. And so that then, and if you make reference to the calendar number on your email, that would be helpful. Tony, what's the calendar number?
111-01BZ.
111-01 Brooklyn zone. Okay, BZ. Okay.
So then that will go into the record, and for the next hearing, all the commissioners will have reviewed your comments and listen to, if it's possible, to the minutes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate your participation here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there's one other person who called in And I don't know about which application. Last three digits, 886. If you would like to speak on this application, please dial *9 on your phone. Otherwise, Ms. Fullader, how much time do you need to respond?
Well, since we have to do some asphalting, I think we're going to need better weather. So is that correct? So probably at the end of spring. Does that sound good?
Do all the requirements have to be met prior to the approval?
No, so just let me interrupt here. The first thing that we have to do is understand about the noise issue and lighting, the impact on the neighbors. So this isn't, I don't believe this is a one more hearing and you're done situation, because we need to understand about the neighbors. So outreach to the neighbors, this noise study, the correction of the lighting and taking the light readings, that's what needs to be focused on now. And to the extent that, you know, I don't want to push this off until the, you know, the spring or whatever it is. I mean, spring is soon.
Because I heard what Joan had to say, and I was at the community board, and like she said, we did do a hyper-focused contact of all the community board neighbors, and we engaged them, and the board supported this application. So I just want to say that we're going to do it again, but they have been contacted and they'll contact again. So hopefully, sorry.
But Ms. Alexander explained that there was a lot of concern about noise propagation, so we cannot under.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Alexander, go ahead.
You've made my point for me. I wanted to clarify that, yes, there was lots of conversation there, but those were one of the things we approved with the specific acts for sign postings, for specific ways to mitigate the sound, to maintain a quality of life for the neighbors within that area of the community. So I just wanted to confirm it, but you'd already indicated that we still require that. So I do appreciate your focus on it.
Okay, thank you. In future, I mean, I'm not sure how your resolutions work, but your resolutions should include the concerns that were expressed and the conditions that you, let's say, requested of the applicant or arguably imposed on the applicant, because it's a way for us to have those concerns underscored for our own review. Okay, so because it was a very just have a nice day kind of.
Is there a rudimentary? Yeah. Got it.
Thank you. All right. Is there any? I see names in the waiting room who weren't there before. If you would like to speak on this application, please raise your Zoom hand.
It is 11101 BZ, 9001 Ditmas Avenue, Brooklyn. This is a Wendy's.
Right. Okay. So again, going back to how much time to work on noise studies, lighting studies, correct the drawings to pick up whatever kinds of clarification we talked about, those immediate things.
So I guess I'll have to weigh in on that. Again, just to reiterate that the lighting stuff's not a difficult thing for us to do. We'll have to order the house shield and then get the lighting test redone, which will probably take, and granted, we can get a house shield within a week or so, ordered and installed by our facilities. We should be able to get that done in probably 3 weeks. The sound study, again, are there specific requirements that have to be met, or is it going to be based upon, like, do we have to hit a certain decibel level and that's acceptable, or is it?
I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not going to give you that answer. What I want to know is, how noisy is it at the property line? That's what I want to know. Those sound readings have to represent what happens when people speak at the menu board. What happens? I mean, normally sound studies should be taken over the course of, say, 30 minutes. You set the meter up and you listen to what's been going on, because it's not only the menu board that's a sound source, it's also horns honking and radios playing and all of that sort of thing.
Well,
so
I thought we did all that, honestly. And again, I'm not a professional in this stuff, but we did what I think was pretty significant. They were there the entire night. So
we
I
didn't.
don't. They ran, I think they ran the microphones 24 hours.
So we didn't see the results portrayed on anything except against the wall. So they said the wall is a whatever is a sound attenuator that therefore makes the sound not noticeable inside the house when that sound hits the wall. But it doesn't only hit the wall. We talked about this already. It hits next to the wall. It hits the backyard. It hits the porch.
But again, I'm not trying to be confrontational. I'm just trying to ask the question that wall is right at the property line. So whether or not the wall's there or not, that's your decibel level. So is that an acceptable decibel level or not?
Sir, the wall is not the only thing at the property line. You have a backyard and a porch. And I thought we went through this already. Imagine you live there and you're trying to sit on your porch and have a coffee, or you're sitting in the backyard and you can hear all of this. That's the issue. So the measurements have to be taken, and then we'll discuss what has to be done. I don't really like this back and forth of what are we trying to
I'm not asking, it's not a back and forth, ma'am. I'm being completely sincere. I'm not trying to be confrontational. I'm just trying to understand so that I can get our professionals to provide exactly what you're asking for. I'm not questioning what you want us to do.
Madam Chair, maybe Commissioner Sheta can give him a little help.
Thank you, Tony. James, with the submission you made, you have two issues. The first one is that the analysis is based on what's called typical volume for the output of the speaker, which according to the study is 70-something dBA.
Okay.
It should be whatever the maximum that the speaker exits. This is issue one. Issue two, even with that typical volume, the only two reference or / study points are 2 points at the ends of the walls. And when your consultant evaluated that, like that, how much noise goes there, he, in his reasoning why these data points should be acceptable, he said that presumably it's gonna be reflection from the wall to the microphone, to the measuring device. And he assumed that these are on order of 2 dBAs. So he said, if I take whatever I measure and take 2 out of that, I'm gonna be in the neighborhood of the acceptance criteria. Our response to that, if you go to the ends and just shift 2 feet this side and 2 feet this side and measure, probably you will get the same exact readings that you got now. The reflection thing, it's just not there. It's just, instead of it's 2, probably it's 0.02. So we want to make sure that this is this is not the case. The other thing is he should run his analysis based on the maximum output of the speaker, not just 70-something. Right now, if you look at the study.
I just want to stop you right there, Commissioner Sheta. I'm sorry, because the document that the applicant has provided, it clearly says that they could not increase the volume beyond 80. That's what it is set at. So yes, I'm not sure what we are asking in this case.
No, can I just stop? So, here's the problem. This is the reason why you need to, Ms. Fullader, please don't come to these hearings without the experts, because here we go again with, we tell one person, that person tells the other person, that person tells the other person. I think, Mr. Tallarico, what you really should be doing is, you heard the comments over and over and over again, and I understand that you're not an expert and you're not going to be able to transmit this information to your experts. Instead, give the experts a copy of this video and they will hear it.
But I guess that's why I'm asking the questions, because I know it is recorded and I am going to have them look at it. The other reason I'm asking it is if we can't meet the decibel levels you're asking for or what's required, I want to be able to say to you, this is what we're going to do to mitigate that, so we don't have to go a whole nother meeting to get there.
Hold on, please, wait a minute. I didn't ask to measure something beyond the capacity of the speaker. I never said this, never during that hearing. What I'm saying is the analysis is based on 80, which is that way on 70 something, which is below the 80. That is the maximum. Have your consultant run the analysis based on 80. This is issue one. Issue two is your consultant is targeting the ends of the wall. Have him go 2 feet beyond each end and take measurements. I was even going to give you some clues if you encounter issues to save my time, the board's time, and your time as well. If you encounter issues, and most likely this is going to be the case, have your consultant look into 2 solutions.
Okay.
I believe the costly for you is to install acoustical fences. The easier one is to look into probably moving that menu board probably 10 or 15 feet back. So when it hits the fence, you get to the acceptance point exactly.
Okay.
I never asked, and I know where to stop. I don't need anybody to stop me there. I never asked to go beyond the capacity of the speaker. Thank you.
Well, I wasn't asking that. I was just trying to understand, again, decibel level readings so that I can have our professionals provide the adequate information. And at the same time, if it's inadequate, we can then provide a mitigation to fix the issue.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay.
Jay.
I'm really not trying to be confrontational. I don't want you guys to think that it's not that.
I totally see that. Yes, I agree with you. Thank you so much.
Understood. But I know that you're trying to do this in one hearing. It's not going to be one hearing. We have
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to, I don't want to frustrate the board either that we come back again and then we didn't give you anything that you were looking for and it's a mess. That's all.
So let me just tell you, the way that the board works is we have staff who reviews these things before it gets officially submitted. So have your noise consultants do the work. First, they need to listen to what was discussed at this hearing. And I just want to clarify, a lot of the times a noise consultant will say, well, it meets the environmental quality review guidelines. That's not what we use, because this isn't an environmental analysis. This is a neighborhood impact analysis in terms of what it's like to have this use next door to you not being annoying. That's really what this is about. So they shouldn't be saying, well, according to the code, it's fine. If you can hear speech, but you can't hear that it's a cheeseburger, that's a problem. So they should, that's what I'm saying it so that they hear that we're not working just based on what the building code says, right?
Well,
We're working
exactly. So what is that? I don't know, and I don't want them to assume something.
So what I'm saying is let them do their analysis. And after that, because we also need to hear from the neighbor who may, by the way, not find this a problem. And we don't know. And the neighbor may also say, which they said surprisingly in a prior hearing, we don't want any vegetation there because people climb through the bushes or something like that. So we need to hear more. And so we can't give you a parameter right now without having the data in front of us. So provide us with the data, then we can give you a parameter, okay? But you can provide staff with the data and then staff will review it. And if the materials are missing something, then we can say, you're missing a little bit more, please do a little more of this. And that way, by the time you come back to the hearing, we'll have a complete story, okay?
Fair enough. I appreciate it. Thank you for answering my questions. Again, I'm just trying to make sure we're thorough for the board.
I just want to say that this is one of the really good noise studies that I ever looked at. It's very well organized and your consultant is being honest. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, so I'm going
What
back
about-
to.
Yeah, what about 2 months, just to be safe?
I think that's fair enough. Should be able to do it in that time frame.
Okay, thank you. So I just want the community board chair to be aware that what we do is we get an estimate on how much time it takes to submit the response. And then we look at our calendar and we assign continued hearing date in a few days after the hearing. So to find out when this is coming back for hearing, because you won't be noticed about this, you can actually either contact the board office or you can look it up about a week before. No, you can look it up in a couple of weeks. You'll find it listed on our website. There's a sort of a chart that gets listed to show when the next hearing date is. Okay. All right.
Thank
So
you.
I'm-
I'll check the website. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So I'm writing 2 months to submit. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I'm just checking what we started at 12:30. I think we should take
We start at 1:30.
1:30. So I think we should take a 10-minute break. Okay.
Okay.
So back at 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready?
Almost. Yeah.
Okay. Let me know.
Just one second. I'm reviewing something for this next case.
Oh, yeah, he did the rezos. I'm sorry, yes.
They're not complete. That's why I'm sending Manny a request. No, I can't.
I was gonna say it when we got on the back on the
Yeah,
right.
but I had to review it, but no, I can't. All right, anyway.
Yeah, it does answer the,
No, it doesn't actually. So
no, it answers the thing about the court thing.
yes and no. Okay, so we won't talk about it specifically, right?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, everybody back on the record. Let's go.
Okay, we're back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for February 28th, 2022. We are now going to calendar number 36, 2017-269 BZ 65 Grasmere Avenue, Staten Island.
Letting in Mr. Busanelli. There we go.
Okay, are you by yourself, Mr. Busanelli?
Yeah, I believe the owner, my client Sebicina, is going to be joining us.
Right now?
There's a person who called in, has been online for hours. I don't know if it's that person, last three digits, 866 on their phone number. They
Not
never
that I
raised.
know of.
Okay. What's the last name of the person?
China, C-I-N-A.
Okay. But can we start without that person? And
Yes.
then-
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, proceed, Mr. Busanelli.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I was attending the review session and I noted the comments. And I appreciate the comments and especially the in-depth analysis of the financials that were submitted. Just off the bat, regarding the FDNY and the spray booths, we do have an application in pre-filing status with DOB to legalize the spray booths. We have to get through this process and hopefully get the structure legalized in order to be able to be fully compliant with DOB and the building code. They're going to look at plans, and if we have a structure that's not legal, that won't get approved. So we have to get through this in order to legalize the booths.
Right, so this may take a while, and at
Yeah.
the same time, I'm super concerned about the hazard to health, both of the neighbors and workers.
Understood.
Can you go through the code requirements, both DEP, DOB, fire department, all those various code requirements, and let us know whether this spray booth actually complies with that? Because for one, it seems to be essentially like glorified shower curtains. So that's not keeping the fumes inside the spray booth, the so-called spray booth.
No, they are actually physical spray booths. There's two of them. The paints are waterborne. Just to go through the whole thing since I brought it up. The paints are all modern waterborne paints. There's triple filtration. And the exhaust outlets, there's two of them, are angled diagonally away from the adjacent residence, and they are respectively, this is including the side yard, 60 feet and 73 feet away from the house. That's the existing. We will certainly make sure that we do the building code analysis and the fire code analysis to make sure that they will actually fully comply with those standards.
Okay, so it's building, it's also Department of Environmental Protection
Right.
analysis.
Mhm.
I believe that's who issues the permit for a spray booth.
Right.
So can you please, for the next submission, do the analysis that shows that it complies with all of those codes? And if not, how it doesn't? Because at the very least, assuming it stays in this, assuming the board is okay with whatever, and assuming it's allowed to stay in the same location, that it currently complies with code, and that's sort of the only thing missing is the permit.
Right.
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 If it
Right.
doesn't, I'm nervous.
Right. No, I believe that the owner, I believe, does have a DEP permit, and I'll ask him to give me a copy of that. I have one that I was looking in the file before. He actually gave me one from 2019, so I'm going to ask him to submit a current DEP permit. Apparently, they was able to get that separately from everything else, so he can submit that. We'll make that as part of the next submission.
That's weird. All right. Okay.
I'm just making my notes here.
Mhm.
Okay, so regarding the site history, my apologies for not submitting those resolutions that I submitted earlier today. Previously, I grabbed the court case, which has this, which I had titled with the old case number. It is a little convoluted, but it seems to have arisen when the board granted a variance to continue to have the auto repair shop as well as the coal silos.
I have to stop you right
Yeah.
there. Before you
Okay.
even go on. I've only had 2 minutes to review what was
That's
submitted
fine.
because we received them. The board never granted a variance for this site. All of the variance applications were withdrawn. There seems to have been a contest brought by the Department of Buildings
Right.
for the revocation of a CO based
Mhm.
on discontinuance of use for like 10 years. It's a lot of years. And for some reason, because we don't have a copy of the court case, the court overturned the BSA's grant of the revocation, the way that I'm reading it really, really
Mhm.
quickly.
Yeah.
But the other thing, there's a page missing from
okay.
the analysis. So the last page, which is page 5 of the materials, which was the site, sorry, I'm having computer issues here on review. It was a 1972 analysis. It begins to go through the analysis of how the DOB determined that the use had been discontinued. And then that ends at page 136, but obviously there's a page 137, which we don't have.
Okay.
So
Okay.
like it says the butler did it, but we don't know how.
Right.
So-
Okay.
So let's find out whether it was a candlestick in the parlor kind of thing. So, so anyway, there is a story, and in reading that story, we would find out the history of the site,
Right.
right?
Right.
So,
We'll get
and-
that cleaned up.
But you also, did you get a copy of the court case?
I do. I submitted it a week or 2 ago, and then because I thought that was the resolutions, and I submitted it originally. And
No,
one of
no,
my
no,
other
I don't have
submissions.
We don't
No?
have it.
Hmm.
Please submit it again.
Okay.
And I don't know where you found it, because if you found it through the city register, it's clearly unrelated case. So.
No, I believe it came from the case file, but I'll send it again. I'll send it again.
We definitely don't have it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking the questions I asked.
Let's see
Okay.
that.
No, it's not here. I looked at every piece of paper that was submitted, which, by the way, is a lot of paper. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
It's a whole bunch of documents that includes the original plans that were submitted, and there's rulings contained within those pages.
Mr.
give-
Bushnelli, are you referring to the document that was submitted from, that includes the Ed Laurie thing?
Yes,
Is that what you're referring to?
yes.
No, but Ed Laurie is the resolution. Do you see a court decision there?
Yeah, contain, I have to pull it up.
Or maybe it's
Contained
at the
within-
end.
Yeah, it's at the end. It's like
Oh.
page 22, order appeal from.
Yeah,
some-
that's it. Yes,
Where-
thank you,
Sorry,
Commissioner.
when was this submitted?
This
When
is
was it-
2018.07.10/625-72 BZ.
Oh, that thing. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one. Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, hold on a second. So, oh, okay. So this is 30 page thing. You know, one reason that we didn't see it is because that's the way old case files used to look.
Okay,
Just a number and then
Mhm.
you get a duplicate of everything. So
Right,
this
right.
was, okay. So, all right, so this is the case file to argue for a variance because there were several variance applications filed which were either denied, some were denied, and some were withdrawn.
right.
So, so this may be this is the case file for probably the variance. I don't have enough time to review it. Let's see if we can get to, all right, and then it's showing a drawing, which doesn't, and so the other question is about what quote legal conditions, right?
Right.
So as I scroll through here, there's a drawing that shows a building on what used to be known as the Grasmere Avenue site.
Right.
All by itself, right? I think that was known as Lot 1. And then it got merged with the other, the adjacent lot. But so far, the drawing doesn't show that long structure that you show as the legal.
Go to 31.
Okay, wait, just give me a second here. So. No, but is that. So this is, again, this is an application for a variance, right?
Right.
If the, yeah. All right, so anyway, I can't do this now on the fly.
No, it's way too much. Yeah, yeah.
But Mr. Bussinelli, you're the one who needs to explain to us what the site history is very specifically to show, like, how do you show that that thing you call is legal condition? How do we know that's what a legal condition, like based on what, right?
Mhm.
So this pile of pages, which I don't know what it is, this pile of pages doesn't establish that that thing necessarily is an existing condition, right?
Okay, sure.
So, and I don't know whether this order from 1974 gets so specific as to say what the size of the building. It's very short. So
Okay.
it probably doesn't have the existing, but I don't know.
Right.
But we need help here. We can't
Sure.
figure this out by ourselves, or we shouldn't.
Understood.
This is really your case to make, right?
No, that's fine. We'll dig into that and get it clarified for you and more elaborated. So you'll be clear as to what happened.
Mhm. Okay.
So regarding the financials, I appreciate the in-depth analysis of what was submitted. We will get the appraiser on there to review the video and the comments. It's beyond my area there, so they'll review it. And regarding the construction cost estimates, the last set that we submitted reflect different costs than the original set. So we'll get both of them on this and make the appropriate adjustments and explanations, and we can have them at the next hearing.
Right, but my question is, why were they submitted when they really don't dovetail with what's in the financials in terms of costs?
Well, I wanted to follow the requirement to have the construction cost estimate submitted, right? And so we're going to have to dig into why there was such a discrepancy between what the financial analyst did and what the construction cost estimate did.
So here's the thing is I know that you don't have a lot of experience with variances. This is a very complicated variance application, and I think you might need help.
Well, that's fine, yeah.
Yeah, so this is normally I'm in favor of architects giving it a college try, and sometimes the architects are able to handle these complicated things, but I can hear by like your confusion about a lot of things that this isn't really the kind of application you should be doing without a lawyer. So I really, and not only that, you should never appear on a variance application without your financial person, because so much of the application hinges on the financial analysis and on their and that analyst's understanding of the comments from Commissioner Otley Brown and Commissioner Sheta as to the cost estimates, right? So this idea that you have two sets of cost estimates and you just like throw one in there because it's part of the requirements, but it's not tied to anything, only serves to confuse the board members and also maybe give information that really shouldn't be provided in the record, right? So you have a lot of steps that need to be gone through. The unique physical condition step of how to establish that the site is actually unique is a methodology that I'm afraid it's going to take a really long time for you to prosecute this case if we try to like show you step by step. I really think to speed this up, you should be in touch with one of the counsel who works on variances frequently and knows like chop how to get there. This is really my recommendation. Otherwise, I fear we're going to be here for a very long time. Yeah, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted Mr. Bosanelli to confirm that the old financials, there are actually two versions of financials. One of them is 2018 and the other one is 2019, which comes with new construction cost estimate, like a separate one. Just confirming that the new 2019 one supersedes the one that you submitted back in 2018.
That's correct.
Okay, so I believe the PM should just move the 2018
I'll move
one
it into
to
the void
avoid
folder, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll bring in outside counsel on this. We'll get in touch with a land use attorney to help us expedite the case. We can establish, I think, the uniqueness of the site. So we'll get on that. As for the air quality piece of the puzzle, we will have an air quality analysis done. I appreciate the comments. I mean, I heard on the last about not really having to have the results based on just what the EAS guidelines say. The outlets for stationary sources are the rooftop units, radiant heat tube heaters within the enlargement that was built, and of course the spray booth, whatever is used to heat there. So we'll get an air quality analysis done. In terms of internal VOCs, those levels, whatever was there, would, and is stated in the environmental study, have to do with the operations itself, and they're well within guidelines.
I don't know they're in guidelines. That's a DEP call.
Okay.
You're not supposed to be able to measure VOCs in the space if there's a spray booth. That's kind of the point.
Well,
So,
I mean, right. I understand it, and we could have the environmental company elaborate on that.
yeah. So the other part of it is you have this environmental consultant who are doing these analyses. Please have that person or those persons attend the hearing as well, so we can ask the specific questions.
Sure.
And then the other part of it is the air quality analysis was specifically asked for by DEP. So this is a question again to your consultant, because there was a recent letter from DEP where they're analyzing some of the data provided, but I don't know if they're analyzing data from the air quality analysis that was requested in the summer. I don't know if those are the same thing. So this isn't something I'll necessarily be able to answer. This is something your environmental consultant would answer.
Sure. It seems that the DEP letter expressed, laid out what we need to do for the excavation and with the vapor barrier, but we'll get that clarified to make sure that the two of them are understanding each other.
Go ahead, Commissioner Otley Brown.
I just want to say, until Commissioner Sheta mentioned it, I didn't know there was a second financials in here. And I believe I read the first one because it was not voided. And not only was it not voided, but the second one wasn't even titled a financial. So whoever's preparing this case really needs to be very careful how they label this, because right now I'm furious because I spent 4 hours on that financial and now I see it's been superseded. I'm like totally furious right now.
Yes, please. So you know what yes. So I agree, you know, and I've learned, and I thought, I mean, I've learned from the hard way where I don't read anything unless I see it's the last date of anything. I look at all the documents and then I put them in order myself because I
understand. And if it was labeled financial analysis with the later date, I would have caught it, but it wasn't. It's labeled something totally different, like BSA submission sub auto repair R3-2. What is that?
Yes. Okay.
Like I'm really furious because we've had this conversation, excuse me, Mr. Bucinelli, several times about the proper maintenance of folders here.
Well, my apologies. I submitted.
No,
that
I'm not,
document
not
as-
aiming
I
this
understand.
at
Not you, it's
This is not you at all. This has
Oh, I'm
been
sorry. I'm
whoever's
sorry.
preparing this.
I'm
my
sorry.
mistake.
I'm sorry.
But actually,
It's my mistake.
but actually, it's also the applicant who titles the PDFs. And rather than having it be this sort of general thing, it needs to be the title of the thing that's required to be submitted, right? It's the applicant who titles the PDFs so that the checklist shows all the things that are supposed to be submitted on it. So that thing should have been, I just saw what you're talking about. I didn't see it either. That thing needed to have been titled by the applicant economic analysis, and then you would have seen that it was submitted in August of 2019, and either that's the old one or it's the most recent one, depending on what the right answer. So yeah, I see your point. Okay, so yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I'm
So,
just,
okay. Right.
I'm going back to the DEC comments. So DEP comments, sorry. The DEP comment in July was air quality mobile source and industrial sources, which is what we're talking about. And it says, please conduct an industrial source analysis to estimate the potential air quality impact from the emissions of the proposed project. The guidelines should be found in Seeker Technical Manual Air Quality Chapter. So that, I don't think that was what was done in that last submission, was what DEP was referring to in its most recent comment letter, because it's not talking about impacts on neighbors, it's talking about the site itself. So, and what I'm concerned about both.
Well,
But
yeah, I reviewed the CEQA, and when they talked about stationary source emissions is HVAC equivalent. Now, if they're including any, if they're concerned about the emissions from the spray booth exhausts, which is what we're all concerned about, that's where we will do the air quality study to see if that's actually having an impact on the area. I mean, I've been to the site when they've been operating, and because they're waterborne paints, and we have the data from the spray booth company, there's no or little odor. But we will have the study done.
So if there were no odor, then you also wouldn't measure acetone in the air quality analysis, which you do. So you may not notice the odor because you haven't been working there at the spray booth for 3 hours, but I used to work with someone, a cabinet maker, and they would drink milk at the end of their workday so that they could bring all of the poisons down through their system. So let's not talk about whether
I understand, and they do, and all the workers do wear respirators also, which is protocol. So we'll get the study done.
Okay, good, thank you.
Here, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just
Mr. Shea.
yeah, thank you. Give me 1 second. I see that this area here is labeled not included, and,
Right.
and same here. Is this part of the site or?
No, the not included, that's the adjacent residential lot. The area where you pointed to within the pink shaded area is the garage that currently exists on site. That will be which floor area, would, assuming that the addition is granted, would be incorporated into. So that garage will go away.
But are these two areas, this garage here and this part here, are they owned by the same owner of that rest of the site?
No, the garage is owned by is on our site and is owned by my client. The adjacent residence is a separate zoning lot owned by, not by my client.
So the property line would be that, like circular shape, and then
that's
goes down
actually
and then it turns like that?
Right. So the curved area, the dotted line is the widening line.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just make a financial comment just on me briefly running through everything? I believe that the major change to these financials has to do with incorporating the cost estimators' much higher costs, which actually makes it look as if nothing is feasible, which is absolutely ridiculous. So I would almost not accept this second one. I have no idea who directed you, Mr. Bucinelli, to add inflated construction costs, but especially since we've been so very diligently telling financial analysts to stick with Marshall and Swift. But if you look at the returns on the investment of your new report with an estimated cap rate of 6.5%, every single scenario, including your proposed, absolutely fails that cap rate test with fallout rates on return of a maximum of 2.8% when 6.5% is projected as acceptable. So to me, this report absolutely makes no sense. I don't even need to spend 1 more minute on this.
That's good.
You cannot be arguing to me that you want to add space to a property just to get a 2.8% return. It just doesn't pass the giggle test, especially since your existing with the to be legalized has got a 2.5% return. You would put all that extra money in just for an extra 0.3%, which corresponds to maybe a 3% increase in overall value. It makes no sense.
We'll definitely bring that up to the analyst. I can't answer the question as to why they did it that way, but that's where they're going to come in.
All right, Mr. Bucinelli, hence why you never come to a hearing without the experts who did the work. Because for you, you're listening to this and it's like not your discipline, right? So now it's just like lawyers trying to be architects. Don't you hate that?
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? It's interesting. On past cases where we've had the financials done, the appraisers didn't attend till the second hearing pending the comments on the first. That's why they're not here. My mistake. They'll definitely be at the next one, and I'm going to speak to them right after we're done about it.
Okay. In future, they should come to the first hearing because Commissioner Otley Brown is always speaking about the financials on the very first hearing. And if they didn't understand her comments, then they're sort of like a little bit in the dark, and then they end up submitting something where potentially she'll say, I don't understand why I got this. My instructions were clear.
But
They
not
didn't
only, I
Yeah,
just want to add in, this financial analysis group is usually pretty modest in terms of their expenses and very reasonable. And this is the very first time that they've submitted something that is departed from their previous methodology, which we accepted and endorsed and actually recommend to everybody else. So the departure from that is quite shocking. I can't tell you how aggravated it makes me.
If it doesn't work using Marshall and Swift, let's make it work using something else. This is the wisdom here.
Thing is it worked better with Marshall and Swift. It at least made sense. That's what I'm like, what is going on here?
And in my experience, they have always used Marshall and Swift, which is one of the reasons I work with them a lot. Okay, understood. I will relay that to them.
all right. Okay, I don't think we should spend too much more time with this. There's a lot of work to be done, and you will
Absolutely.
find, so we can make all of the findings very meticulously on an extremely complex history. So, and in the meantime, and please feel free, more than feel free, reach out to staff for advice. Don't just
Sure, will
submit
do.
a and then right, and then we find out it's not good stuff, right? So please work directly with staff on this. Okay, thank you.
Sure, we'll do. We'll get the attorneys on board. So,
So let's go to the public in case there's public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2017-269 BZ, 65 Grasmere Avenue, Staten Island. The Dahlin number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 923-4830-3483, pound. You will then be asked to enter a participant ID number, which you ignore, and press pound. Once you are in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. And if you're in Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw out a potential time that you're gonna need to put this together properly. I'm thinking 3 months.
okay.
Is that you?
Yeah, that sounds more than reasonable.
Okay, all right. All right, so so there's this one person who called in, maybe there was a wrong number, but they're still connected to us. So if that person with the last 3 digits, 886, would like to speak to this application about 65 Grasmere Avenue, please raise your Zoom hand by pressing *9 on your telephone. So in the meantime, I'm marking 3 months to submit. Okay. All right, no *9 on the telephone. So any other comments, questions before we finish for the day? Commissioners, anybody? Mr. Busnelli?
No, I'm
No?
good. Thank you all.
Okay, so this concludes the public hearing for February 28th, 2022.